McCarthy's bowling now. Flowerday goes to sweep, then decides to play upright. Nero, like an absolute cat, unbelievable fielding at cover, stops that. Kiwis take a single. The shot deserved at least that, but to be honest with you, Flowerday, when that came off the bat, would have been thinking he was getting more than a single, but you can't beat Nero. He's phenomenal at cover. And McCarthy coming into bowl to Wilson now. Plays fine. Fitzpatrick, fine leg, retrieves the ball, throws it into right next to the stumps for OB to collect. There's the keeper. He's passed the ball up, and McCarthy, like Fitzpatrick, not mucking around here, getting there over, moving fast. McCarthy comes into bowl. Flowerday looks to play a shot and then leaves it almost shoulders arms as the ball goes wide down the leg side and is called wide by the umpire. So McCarthy be a little frustrated here, bowled wide with the first ball of the innings and has now bowled a wide in his second over. Won't be happy with that. Goes down, bowls down the leg side, but this time inside the wide line and beats Flowerday for pace. Flowerday didn't get a chance to get bat on that and a dot ball, so no harm done. McCarthy's corrected the record there. McCarthy comes in, bowling at Flowerday again. Flowerday goes to sweep, just paddles it, beats the outstretched hand of Honshooten, and Fitzpatrick picks up Matt Cameron in the distance. Brand's running around behind Fitzpatrick to support. So Matt Cameron is he's perched just on the square leg boundary, but with his vision impairment type, he can see the ball pretty well off the bat. McCarthy bowls. Wilson plays an upright shot. He's certainly put off by that. The upright shot just squeezes off the bat down to third man, where Lockie Wallace is waiting, and the Kiwis are kept just to one. And now McCarthy coming into bowl to Flowerday. Flowerday again plays a paddle shot, this time the other side of the outstretched Honshooten. This time Cameron is the closer deep fieldsman to the ball. He picks up the ball, throws it in, and that's the end of McCarthy's second over. Let's get an over score, please. 23-4. So Kiwis without loss, 23 off 4 overs. So it's a very solid start to the Kiwis. Kiwis innings here as they try to get their first win of the series on the board in Game 5. The Aussies so far have been fairly comprehensive in the way that they have gone about their cricket in comparison to the Kiwis, but a few things probably are at play with that. As Matt Cameron is measuring out his run-up, he's coming on to replace Fitzpatrick. Probably the key thing, I think, is that it's been observed, the Cricket Australia's support of blind cricket is huge, and I think it reflects the performance of the team. And I guess the impression we're getting from the Kiwis is that maybe they're not given the same level of support by New Zealand cricket. So let's hope that some Kiwis who are listening in can get around and do a bit of advocacy work and get New Zealand cricket to come on board and really support their blind cricketers, because they deserve to play cricket as much as anyone else. So let's hope Kiwis can take the lead. Can take I guess some. Oh, just. Pardon me. I just hope the Kiwi cricket administrators can follow the lead of Cricket Australia and support inclusion cricket, and give the Kiwi blind cricketers here, who've certainly got some skills, some great skills, in fact, for a small team, skills and passion and enthusiasm for the game. Let's hope they can get some resources behind them to make sure that they can represent their country and play the best cricket. So Wilson is now on strike. It's Matt Cameron off a very long run up, coming into bowl to Wilson. He bowls. Wilson hits that through just forward a square leg out to Nero on the boundary. Nero's throw into a bead at the stumps. Easy single for the Kiwis, and brings Flowerday back on strike. Wilson walks to square leg to stand behind the umpire. Bruamega on the boundary. I'm assuming he's 13th man. He's not dressed in the Aussie kit, so he's just supporting the squad, as he has. He's been replaced by a beat in the game, and the supporting squad bring a drink around. Now that ball, fast ball from Cameron outside off stump. Wilson has opened the face and flicked it, trying to flick it down through gully to the boundary, but Oscar Stubs is down there and did a great job of chasing the ball down and kept the Kiwis just to a single, and that brings Mark Flowerday on strike. Well, there's two actually, I should say. It brings Flowerday on strike. Or keeps Flowerday on strike. Anyway, Cameron ready. Coming into bowl to Flowerday. Flowerday goes to hit it down the leg side. Umpire's called a wide. Did look a bit wide, so Cameron unfortunately just straying down the leg. He'll be frustrated with that when he jogs back to his mark. So a positive calls out from Abid there, supporting the team. Flowerday gets himself ready. Cameron's coming into bowl, but unfortunately a slow ball outside off stump, and it is stumps Flowerday. So Flowerday is not able to play a shot to it, and dot ball. So he's erased the damage from the wide straight away. A Flowerday over his bat. Cameron comes in. Flowerday, as ball outside off stump, Flowerday gets jammed up, and all he can do is just dab the ball forward on the offside for a single. Wallace comes in from cover point, just and on the circle, he comes in just to pick up the ball. 1 run to the Kiwis. So Kiwis still without loss, which is great to see, because they have had some stuttering starts to their innings in this series. So great to see they're able to get a bit of a partnership happening. Wilson over his bat. In comes Cameron. Wilson reverse sweep. But I think he's made his decision to do that reverse sweep a bit late, and Cameron has bowled a very, very fast delivery, and that is bowled Brett Wilson. So Brett Wilson, after making such a great start and a great foundation for the Kiwis, unfortunately trying to push something just a bit too much. I was going for a reverse sweep and just beaten by pace, and Matt Cameron takes the first wicket for Australia. And Paveen Shankar coming into the crease. He's the batsman to replace the clean bowled Wilson. And that was the end of the over for Cameron too. So Cameron will be pretty happy to pick up a wicket at his first over. At the bowling end, looks like Michael Zannis is miscalled. The ball's gone fine to Fitzpatrick, and in fact it is Oscar Stubs bowling this over, so apologies for that. At the bowling crease I could see Zannis through the monocular, but Zannis was there as supporting as a fieldsman. Stubs was standing deep, came in off a deep long run up, and he was bowling to Flowerday. Flowerday quick to get off a facing Stubs. Stubs can bowl some real bounce here, so it's going to be interesting to see how Shankar goes facing Stubs. So Stubs pace and bounce. He's getting ready to come in. He's on his way now. Shankar getting ready. Plays a sweep shot. Nice sweep shot. Hits it to mid wicket. But Matt McCarthy, Australian captain, is there. He jogs over to ensure there is no single taken. Stubs collects the ball, jogs back to his mark. So something really noticed so far is the speed the Aussies are getting through their overs. They are not mucking around today. Great to see. Stubs comes into bowl. Shankar plays, sweeps, and I think it's gone just down the leg side. Shankar hasn't been able to get hold of it, and Stubs another dot ball. So great start to Oscar Stubs is over today here. 2 dot balls. It's building pressure all the time. He comes in, bowls to Shankar. Shankar's down. Goes to sweep again. It's down the leg side, but unfortunately Stubs tried to sneak one. Another dot ball down the leg side, and it's bowled a bit too wide, and it has been called by the umpire. So be a bit frustrated to see that sundry, but it's been a really good over so far for Stubs, so I'm sure he'll come back. and he comes. Well, fast ball, and he's bowled that on right on the stumps. Shankar has pushed that through short mid off, and Nero chases it down, but the Kiwis too quick. As soon as the ball was hit straight to the gap, and they ran. So comfortable single for them. So that is 2 to the score, because Shankar, being a B1 player, gets double runs. So Shankar is now on 2, and Flowerday is on strike. Flowerday looking around the field. Stubs comes in to bowl, bowls down leg. Flowerday gets a bit of bat to it, but he's hit it only as far as the boundary fieldsman. Fitzpatrick down there at fine leg, and Fitzpatrick's safe hands on the boundary, so easily takes that ball and throws it in. And Paveen, Shankar comes to the crease. Stubs is already his bowling mark. He's been there for probably 10 seconds waiting, showing his commitment to get the game moving. In he comes. Batsmen are crowding Shankar's bat. The field is crowding Shankar's bat. Shankar plays a sweep shot, and he's hit that well. He's hit that to mid-on. McCarthy runs across the field, but doesn't prevent a single being taken. 2 runs added to the score there for the Kiwis with that single to Shankar, the B1. And Shankar will retain strike, and that is the end of Stubbs' first over. A good over for Australia, good over from Stubbs. And Vaughn Rolls coming on here to bowl for Australia. So McCarthy's just lining up his field. It's Shankar on strike, and McCarthy's taken the chance to bring his B1, Vaughn Rolls, his attack weapon, Vaughn Rolls, keeping him going. Or should I bring him on to replace Cameron. So Vaughn getting his directional call from Steve Obeid. He bowls Shankar. It's down the leg side. Must have been a pretty good ball there. Shankar went to play, and they've called that buys. So unfortunately for Steve Obeid, he's let through buys, but a good ball from Vaughn Rolls, and I assume Shankar does block up the vision from the keeper quite a bit, the way he takes guard and faces. So unfortunately for Obeid, he's just lost sight of the cricket balls as it came down. He's now ready. Rolls is bowling to Flowerday. Rolls is finding his line. This crosswind must be playing havoc for the totally blind batsmen, bowlers, but Rolls won't complain, just get on with the job. He's bowling a ball. Bowl down the leg side. Dot ball, great bowling by Vaughn Rolls to bowl that dot ball. Flowerday has gone to have a big swing down the leg side to try to hit that through backward square or fine leg, similar to the way that Oscar Stubs demolished the Kiwi bowlers in the first game today, but in this circumstance Flowerday wasn't able to get to it. Rolls is coming into bowl. He bowls. Flowerday faces, looks to drive the ball again, but has let it go because it is a wide outside off stump. So Flowerday shaped to play, and then determined that the line was going to keep the ball outside of the wide line and let it go. Obeid's rattling the stumps, giving Rolls every chance to find direction in these difficult conditions for totally blind bowlers. Rolls comes into bowl. Flowerday steps to drive and swings and misses and rolls. A dot ball there for Vaughn Rolls. He bowled outside off stump. Nice delivery, well placed. And he's got a dot ball, so Rolls will be pretty happy with that. Very good comeback. Rolls getting ready to bowl. Flowerday ready over his bat. He bowls his down leg side. It's a wide. Unfortunately, and the umpire has called it as such. So Rolls a little frustrated there. He's bowling some good balls in this over, but just one or two just snuck outside the wide line. And with these conditions, it's a very strong crosswind. So two things happen. If you're not bowling at a fast pace, the ball can be blown off the wicket a bit, but also the sound the keeper generates maybe it feels like it's moving around a bit on Vaughn. So difficult conditions, very testing. But Rolls bowls this ball. It was a good ball on the stumps. Flowerday has hit it. He's hit it down to backward square leg where Fitzpatrick is waiting. He's picked up the ball and done a quick return into Obeid. and they've taken a single. That brings Vaughn Shankar on strike. So Kiwis have lost 1 wicket in this inning so far, which is good, but they'll be a little bit frustrated that the scoring rate hasn't moved on a bit. They'll want to get a couple more runs. Rolls to Shankar, and he's bowled the ball just outside off stump. Shankar didn't quite know where it was, and Rolls, great delivery, and it is a dot ball. He's only got the 2 sundries or so, so that's not really too bad considering the conditions are so challenging, and he's bowled a couple of really testing deliveries for the batsman too. So Rolls, good start to his bowling innings here. Rolls coming in to bowl to Shankar, and it's outside off stump. Unfortunately, that is called a wide. So Shankar disciplined, not chasing the wide ball, letting it go, and one credit to the stump, the Kiwis. Obeid calling Rolls up now. Rolls calling Obeid up, I should say. Rolls bowls, it's down the leg side. Unfortunately, that is a wide. That's just run away off the wicket and gone to a wide. Shankar had a go at it, so it mustn't have been too wide. But yeah, frustrating for Vaughn there, just drifting one down the leg. Rolls bowling. He hits it fine. Shankar hits it fine. Fitzpatrick fields the ball, and that is a single that Shankar's runner has taken. That gives that adds to the scorebook, but Flowerday remains then at the non-strikers end because Vaughn Shankar has farmed the strike. He's back on strike again. And the score is
1 for 44 after 7.
And the score 1 for 44 after 7. So the Kiwis have made, I guess you would call it a safe start to their innings. They'd be keen to get some more runs on the board. 1 for 44 after 7 is probably not what they want. They'd be wanting to get a score well over 150. They'd be pushing and hoping that they could get closer to 200 to give the Aussies something to really test them. At the bowling end, it looks like Michael Zannis is coming on to bowl. So Aussies are going for B1 attack from both ends. So Zannis has been a bit of a revelation. He's come back into the Australian side. He's probably regarded as the best B1 batsman in Australia, but has been out of the side for a few years, and he's now back, and he's batted beautifully. But he was also a part-time bowler in the past, but distant past, and he's been called on to bowl in this series, and he has bowled very well. And I think that is a good chance of a decision there, but no, must have just been outside the stumps. The Aussies were pretty keen on that decision, but the umpire wasn't. They've given that 1 run, and so Zannis' first ball of his innings, he's nearly snared a wicket there, and the Kiwis have snuck through for a quick bye, a leg bye. Umpire, they gave that a leg bye?
No, gave it as runs.
Gave it as runs. Okay, there you go. That's why the LB wasn't given. The umpire determined there was a bit of bat in there. I didn't see it, but the umpire said yes. Zannis now to Flowerday. Flowerday has tried to hit that very hard. He's hit it through mid-wicket, but he's hit it straight to the Australian keeper, Captain Matt McCarthy, who's fielded that ball, and that is just 1 run. Zannis 2 balls, 2 very good balls to start his spell, and first one was given runs, which is probably maybe a bit unlucky for Zannis, but 2 from as far as the Kiwis go, 3 runs on the board off these 2 balls this over. But with that single to Flowerday, that brings Vaughn Shankar back on strike. And Vaughn, being a B1, every time they get a run off the bat will be double runs for him, and he'll be pretty keen to score a few here. Zannis comes into bowl. Shankar faces, waits for the ball, just gets a bit of bat on it. Diving stop there from Honshooten, stops it from being any more than one run, but it's 1 run off the bat, which is 2 runs credited in the scorebook. So Shankar's now getting his timing going, and the Kiwis will be pretty keen to see that. They want to see this score move on. But Zannis has bowled the first 3 balls of his spell here, all good balls. OB calling, Zannis bowling, Flowerday getting ready to play, and he's stood up and he's hit a drive, very solid drive. He's hit that straight to Oscar Stubs, and they've taken a single. But yeah, Flowerday has picked out arguably the best fieldsman in the Australian team, Oscar Stubs, and only one run there. The Aussie team all jog in to crowd around the back of bat of Shankar as Shankar comes back into to the batting crease. Deacon Dunn, his runner, goes out to point to get to run. Obeid is at the stumps, Australian keeper at the stumps, calling Zannis. Zannis comes in to bowl. Shankar goes down to play. Oh, he's swinging all around it, and there's a lot of calling out from the Aussies. Aussies are pretty impressed with the way Zannis is bowling here, but dot ball, not quite on the stumps. But Shankar's having a little bit of trouble with Zannis. He's testing him. Zannis finds the stumps. And he comes to bowl. Zannis bowls. Shankar swings, misses, and that has ends that over. That was a great over by Zannis. And what's the score now? 1 for 50. And what did Zannis' last over go for? 6 runs. So because of Shankar's double runs there, 6 runs added to the score. 1 for 50 after 8. Zannis will be pretty happy with the start to that spell. That was a great over from Zannis. Probably the most recognised B1 bowler in the team is Vaughn Rolls, and Vaughn's back on to bowl his second over of the innings. Obeid is rattling the stumps, giving him every chance to find direction in the difficult conditions. He's bowling to Mark Flowerday. Vaughn Rolls calling to the keeper to get direction. Comes in to bowl to Flowerday. Flowerday stands up, drives straight down the ground, but deep at the ground is Matt McCarthy, Australian captain, and there's only 1 run there. So great bowling there from Vaughn Rolls, great fielding from McCarthy, and the Aussies keep Flowerday's very explosive shot there just to 1. Now Flowerday's come down from the bowling end. He's come down to have a bit of a chat to Deacon Dunn, so I wonder if they're trying to work out some tactics to try to move this scoring rate along a bit. So let's see if Flowerday is out of the blocks aggressively to try to force a run. Interesting though that the Kiwis are both running on the same side of the wicket, which I find in blind cricket can be a bit confusing. But as it is, Rolls comes into bowl to Shankar. Unfortunately, the Kiwis. So what the Kiwis have done there is that the Kiwis have absolutely. So that was Flowerday's come down to say, well, we're going to play aggressively on Shankar, and they have in fact run him out, which I think is just a bit of craziness. Unfortunately, the Kiwis have lost a wicket, but they want to get some power hitting coming in. So as Rolls bowled the ball, he ran down. Flowerday ran down the wicket. As soon as the ball passed the batsman, although it was a wide, it was still able to be collected by the Aussies, who threw the ball up to Matt McCarthy, who was at the bowling end, and he's put the ball in the stumps before Deacon Dunn, who was Shankar's runner, before Deacon Dunn could make his ground. So the Kiwis try to push it along there, but Aussies more than equal to that task, and Praveen Shankar run out. So Kiwis now 2 wickets down, and out to bat comes Corey Hebley. So Deacon Dunn is staying on, but Hebley's coming into bat, and I think the Kiwis are deciding to roll the dice. Now it looks like the Kiwis have been given which is very decent of the Australian captain. They've been granted the use of a runner for Hebley. So Corey Hebley, injured in the game previous, will play this game with a runner. So that's something that doesn't need to be provided, but very decent that the Aussies have done that. And Flowerday down, and he puts it through mid-wicket, and that goes to Stubs, who returns the ball to Obeid. In fact, actually, it's a missed call by my part. I've neglected. I just didn't see the wristband on Hebley. Hebley is actually playing as a B2, so Hebley is allowed to use a runner. So yeah, my mistake there. I just didn't see a red wristband on Hebley, so I didn't make that call, or didn't account for that. Anyway, Rolls bowling to Hebley. Now Hebley is very strong through the leg side. It'll be interesting to see how he go here. Vaughan has got a chance of getting a wicket, but equally Hebley will be trying hard to punish him. He's bowled down the leg side, and Hebley's hit that very hard, and that has gone through backward square for 4. let's dived, but there was really no chance of him stopping that, and Heavily has made Vaughn Rolls pay for a slightly loose delivery down the leg side. So he starts his account with a 4. Rolls over. This is over is a little bit longer than he'd want it to be. Obviously, with the run out there, it's taking a bit of time. So you're getting pretty keen to see the end of this. He rolls. Heavily stands up and hits very hard and very straight. Hits it down to McCarthy. They take 1, the Kiwis, and they're taking 2, and they make 2. So Flowerday swift running between the wickets, and Heavily gets 2 on the board. But Heavily will be wanting to make more than just 2 from Rolls. You want to go back to the previous ball where he hit the 4. You want to be hitting boundary after boundary. If Kiwis are to get any total, that's what they need him to do. Rolls bowls. Heavily sweeps, hits the mid wicket, hits it to Stubs, and the Kiwis just get 1 run for that. Great feeling by Oscar Stubs there to support Vaughn Rolls bowling. Runs in, hands the ball to Vaughn, and 1 run only. That brings Flowerday back on strike. Flowerday surveying the field, looking for a gap. Rolls getting ready to bowl. Flowerday swings hard through mid-wicket, and he's beaten Oscar Stubs, which is not an easy thing to do, and he's hit that for a boundary. That is a great shot by Mark Flowerday. Now Stubs, who's a very accomplished fielder, really had no chance there. That was hit with a full swing, and that over went for 14. So the first big over for the Kiwis of the innings, and the Kiwis now go to 2 for 64 off 9. So the last over was 14, wasn't it? Yeah. So 14 off that last over, just confirming. So the first big over of the innings for the Kiwis. And now Praveen Shankar, while you might feel disappointed that he's out, I guess the Kiwis' attitude was they needed Heavily in and needing him to score big runs if they were to post a target that they could somehow try to defend in the afternoon. So interesting to see what tactic McCarthy has to do now. So McCarthy has the B1s on, but now that Heavely's at the crease and Flouday's at the crease, he's decided instead of bringing Zannis on, who bowled very, very well for his first over, he went no sundries at all, just went for 6 runs, and I think there were two singles from a B1 on that. So anyway, McCarthy bowls to Heavily. Oh, he bowls outside off stump, and unfortunately he's bowled a wide. He'll be frustrated with that. But while Shankar was going okay, and he was run out, bringing Heavily to the crease, and then McCarthy, after seeing what Heavily did to Vaughn Rolls there, has decided that he wouldn't want to subject Michael Zannis to the same thing, and he's brought himself on to bowl, and he bowls his second ball to Heavily. Heavily faces, this time it's a ball that's down leg side. Heavely's tried to hit it, and it looks like byes, unfortunately. So unfortunate for Steve O'Bead, he's let some more byes through. He'll be a little bit frustrated with that, but McCarthy's pace is very high, and if it looked like the ball was swinging down the leg, so inside a wide, but difficult for a keeper to track. In comes McCarthy bowling to Flowerday now. Flowerday has just chipped that over the infield. Steve O'Bead very quick to get to that, and he's picked that up just to keeping that to a single. McCarthy moving quickly back to his mark. He's getting ready to come in. Back bowling to Heavily. Heavely's down, sweeping, and just bunts that ball really to short backward square, and that is Honshooten who fields that. So he picks that ball up and flicks it straight into the keeper. So very good disciplined play there by Honshooten, who appears now to be fully recovered after coming down with a bit of an illness after game 1, and was out. McCarthy coming in to bowl to Flowerday now. Fast ball, ties Flowerday up a bit, but Flowerday manages to get a little bit of butter on it, squeeze it down the leg side, and they take 1 run. McCarthy ready, bowling to Heavily. Heavily with a runner. McCarthy, big appeal, and he's been given out. He has been given out. And McCarthy, he's done it again to Corey Heavily. The first over of in his first over to Hebley the other night. McCarthy picked Hebley up, and McCarthy's done it to him again today. So Hebley removed. So Shankar sacrificed wicket to bring Hebley to the crease. Has been a short-lived experiment for the Kiwis as Hebley's dismissed. And it looks like that the opportunity to take drinks is happening. So Aussie team taking drinks, and at drinks the Aussies are, sorry, the Kiwis are. Is that 3 for 54?
3 for 69.
3 for 69. Sorry, yeah.
One ball still to come.
One ball still to come in the over, but the umpires are taking the chance to have drinks with the loss of that wicket. So 3 for 69, and the Aussies are taking drinks. And we'll be back as soon as play resumes. We're back after a very quick drinks break there, and McCarthy's bowling his last ball of that spell, and this over I should say, and he's bowling it to Markel McCaskill, who's the new batsman for New Zealand. And in comes McCarthy to McCaskill. He's just pushed that outside off stump down through gully. Lachlan Wallace is down there to field, and that's a single. So the Kiwis, after 10 overs, 3 for 70. 3 for 70. So lots of positive talk coming from the Aussies today. You can hear they're really up for the game this afternoon. Kiwis from here, 70. Now that Hebley's been removed, McCarthy feels confident in keeping a B1 attack going. So Vaughn Rolls is going to stay bowling. Australian team is set. McCarthy just making the final adjustments for the field. Markel McCaskill, a single off that last ball, is now on strike to Rolls. Markel McCaskill can hit the ball well. He'll be looking to get Chew into Vaughn Rolls here, and he's hit that ball very firmly through square leg, but Stefan Nero's at square leg, and there's only going to be one on his arm, and that's all the Kiwis can get. So Rolls bowling now to Flowerday. Rolls bowls. Flowerday hits it to forward to square, but again in the direction of Nero, and there's only one run on Stefan Nero, so Kiwis take another single. McCaskill readies himself. Rolls is preparing to bowl in. He's got his direction from the keeper. In he comes. McCaskill down low and sweeps hard through mid-wicket, but hits it to Oscar Stubs, and again, only one run there. These Aussies are fielding beautifully today. Only singles off the bat, so the Aussies be really, really happy with the way this over's going. Rolls' best over of the day so far. Prepares to come in and bowl. Flowerday playing reverse, hits that for the toe of the bat. Honshooten is at point. He fields the ball, flicks it in to the keeper. One run only. Great to see the active participation of the B1s in the field, really diving for the ball. Lets us save some good ones. Honshooten too. Only run a ball so far this over. Rolls will be very happy with that. 2 deliveries left. Michael McCaskill facing down the wicket. Swings, hits hard, hitting straight. McCarthy and Stubbs both converge on the ball. Stubbs has the ball. The Kiwis only take one. It rolls. 1 ball to go to finish what's been a very, very good over from him. Only 5 off it. 5 very good balls. Flowerday preparing. Rolls getting direction from the keeper. Comes in and bowls. Oh, it's pitched out a bit long. It might be a no ball. Flowerday has hit that through cover. That is going a long way, but Matt Cameron is out there. He's like an absolute whippet. He's chased that down as a no ball 1 run. So that brings Flowerday on strike for the no ball. Umpire has signalled free hit. So unfortunate for Rolls. He's got to bowl another delivery. That was nearly a great over, but just the last ball just going for a bit extra with the delivery, and he's bowled it long. Gets his direction from Abid. Rolls comes into bowl. Flowerday, wider down leg. Flowerday's hit that very powerfully through mid-wicket. Nero, unbelievable fielding. He's slid, kept that ball in, and the Kiwis have run 2 on that. But that commitment from Nero there off the bat, that would have been, I'm sure Flowerday thought that was going to be a 4, but Stefan Nero just phenomenal. Covered the ground, slid, dived, pushed the ball back into play, into the field, so there's no risk of it going over the boundary. Got to his feet quickly, ran over to it, picked it up, flicked it in, and that brings the Kiwis to 3 for 80 after 11. So 3 for 80 after 11, the Kiwis. So Matt Cameron now coming to bowl from the other end. So he started his first over was from the Kedron Brook end, and he's now coming from the other end, which you probably call maybe the pavilion end. He's just measuring up his run up. He's just feeling to make sure he's got his feet firmly under him. He's checked out his run up. He's going back. Michael McCaskill will face Cameron's first delivery of the over. He's ready. He's off for 20 paces, Cameron. Big run up. And he comes. McCaskill down. Looks like it was down the leg side, and Michael hasn't moved for that. It's been called a wide. Sivo Bede running across to rein that wide in. So it's only 1. McCaskill still on strike. Cameron runs back to his mark. McCaskill over his bat, ready. Very, very fast ball. McCaskill just bunts it to the leg side. Obede's able to run over and pick it up. Just a single. Flowerday was quickly down from the non-striker's end. So Flowerday on strike to Cameron. Cameron's now back towards his mark. In he comes. What is a beautiful sunny day in Brisbane. Bowls just a paddle shot just to square leg past the umpire. At the umpire, McCarthy comes down from short mid-wicket to field that, but the Kiwis trot through for an easy single. Cameron searching for a wicket, another wicket or two here for the Aussies, and it will really halt the Kiwis' progress in this innings. Cameron comes into bowl. McCaskill down swings, was down the leg side, and it was called a wide by the umpire. So just a little bit of struggle for his line here. Cameron at the minute, he's bowled a couple of wides this over. He certainly has all the skills to be a very, very good fast bowler, Matt Cameron. Lots of pressure on himself. He's a phenomenal fieldsman, a phenomenal batsman too. In he comes. McCaskill's ready. And McCaskill has shouldered arms to that, and that was just beaten by pace. Dot ball. McCaskill is looking. He's not happy with that not being called a wide, but Cameron knows exactly where he's bowling. He's bowled it inside the wide line, and dot ball. So great comeback ball from Cameron. He's back in his mark. He comes in. McCaskill goes to play a drive and hits that straight, Matt Cameron, who's very, very good fieldsman, is an exceptional fieldsman of his own bowling, and stops the Kiwis getting any run. Cameron coming into bowl. McCaskill lets that go, and it's called a wide. And that's gone all the way to the boundary for 5 wide. So unfortunately, Cameron just tried the fast ball, sprayed it a bit. Was too good for the keeper. Steve Abid couldn't reel it in, and it has gone all the way through for 5 wides. So Cameron will be a little bit frustrated with the way this over's gone. Kiwis, on the other hand, will be pretty happy to see a few Strundries going in to add to the score they're going to post. Cameron comes in again. McCaskill ready. Played just down the leg side, and he's hit that firmly, but he's hit it out to Fitzpatrick at backward square, and he's picked up the ball and returned it to the stumps, right next to the stumps. Fantastic return. Abid cleans up easily, and that's just 1 run. So it proved to be a bit of a long row over here for Cameron. He'll be a bit frustrated with that. He's at the bowling end, coming in to Flowerday. Flowerday's ready, comes in. Flowerday tries to paddle it down the leg side, and beaten by pace on the leg side there. Cameron's last ball, very quick. Flowerday couldn't get any bat to it, and that's a dot ball to finish. What was that? Sorry.
1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 wides is 9, and then 1.
Scorers was this 11-5. Was that 5 wides or 4 wides?
5 wide. It's a wide and full.
Oh, okay. Thank you. No, that's right. I'm just checking. I've got it right. Thank you.
The Kiwi total are now.
90 after 12.
Kiwis are 90 after 12. And Vaughn Rolls bowling again. He bowled. He's really come back with in this spell, bowling the final over of his spell. If I've got my counting correct, Markel McCaskill on strike. Rolls comes in to bowl. McCaskill sweeps hard, but took the hand off the bat, which probably lost a little bit of power. And he hit it out to Cameron, who is deep on the mid square leg boundary, and only 1 run. So a little bit of adjusting happening in the Aussie field. With Nero going across the offside and Cameron coming across on the leg. I'd assume that's just to do with a bit of a change in the way the glare's going on the field, and a bit hard for one or two of the players to see. Flowerday facing Rolls. Rolls goes into bowl. Flowerday hits that again, but he hits that not too hard. it out to Cameron, 2/3 of the way to the boundary, and Cameron very easily just jogs in, picks it up, returns to the keeper. So Bede at the stumps, just directing a bit of traffic with the B1s, making sure they're all in position. Rolls comes into bowl. McCaskill, it's wide down the leg side, but McCaskill chases it, swings hard, hits it, and that is hit very fine. And despite the very best efforts of Lockie Wallace and Sean Fitzpatrick, that ball's gone for a 4. So 4 runs for the Kiwis. Rolls getting ready to bowl again to McCaskill. McCaskill be a bit motivated after that last 4. You want to hit another one. Rolls will try to come back here, bowl nice and straight, hope for the missed timing shot to get a wicket. McCaskill swept again hard, it was down the leg. Fitzpatrick has run and dived on the boundary to save the ball, and he's scooped that to Lockie Wallace. Lockie Wallace's throw is a direct hit, but McCaskill's back comfortably for 2. And McCaskill looks around, he's a bit dirty, that wasn't a 4, but Fitzpatrick, fantastic fielding on the boundary, big dive, and managed to keep that in. So well done to him, well done to Lockie Wallace for coming in and backing up, and also Matt Cameron actually in the background too, coming in and backing up to support Fitzpatrick. Great teamwork by the Aussies. Rolls, top of his mark, comes into bowl. McCaskill, big swing, he's hit that to backward a point or gully, and Kiwi scamper through for a single. Kiwis are on 99 with 1 ball to come in the over. How many runs this over? Is that 9? 9. So 9 off this over. Kiwis on 99. 1 ball to come. Flowerday on strike. He drives hard. The Kiwis take 1. But Nero's out there, and they decide that 1's all I'll get on his arm, and the Kiwis get to 100. So Kiwis make it to 100. That's the end of Rolls' spell. That's 4 overs for Rolls, isn't it?
Yes.
Yep, end of Rolls' spell. None for 41? None for 41. So a good comeback by Vaughn Rolls there. Last over was very tidy. Well, went for 10. No sundries though. And Sean Fitzpatrick, who was really motoring through his overs early on, he's now coming from the pavilion end to bowl. He's just lining up his run up. So Cameron, after his first over from this pavilion end was taken off, I guess probably a few loose deliveries. I think there were 2 single wides, and then there was a 5 wide. So McCarthy's decided that he doesn't want to see any more of that, and he's bringing Fitzpatrick back on. Fitzpatrick bowling to Flowerday. And he comes. Flowerday's ready. Flowerday puddles that to mid-wicket. McCarthy is there though. Aussie captain's there to pick up. Kiwi scamper through for a single. Fitzpatrick picks up the ball at the bowling end and moves quickly back to his mark. McCaskill's now on strike. Fitzpatrick's on his mark, he's waiting. And he comes. McCaskill hits it powerfully on drive. Takes 1. Fitzpatrick is back there like a real whippet though, and he keeps that just to 1, fielding off his own bowling. So fantastic effort there by Sean Fitzpatrick. McCarthy came into the stumps, I guess, to put extra pressure on the Kiwis to make sure they weren't going to look at taking 2. In fact, a number of the Aussies were in. Cameron was up, as was Nero. So fantastic teamwork and enthusiasm by the team. Fitzpatrick coming in to bowl now to Flowerday. Flowerday has left that go, and that is a wide outside off stump. So Fitzpatrick, with that wide, will be a bit frustrated. He's picked up the ball, jogged straight back to the mark. Flowerday ready again. Fitzpatrick comes into bowl, and that looks like Fitzpatrick has bowled a no ball down the leg, so a little frustrating here for Fitzpatrick. That's a free hit as well, so Flowerday now with the free hit. Now he's shown with the free hits that he really likes going hard at them, so there's a good chance for the Kiwis to get a boundary here, and the Aussies can't change the field because there was no run off the previous ball. Fitzpatrick bowls to Flowerday. Flowerday steps down the wicket and drives hard. He's hit that very hard and straight. That is going to be a straight drive or off drive 4. That's a great shot by Mark Flowerday. Danced down the wicket and took full toll of Fitzpatrick, and Fitzpatrick will be pretty frustrated that no balls led to that boundary. But he's already back at his mark though. He's not mucking around this over. Flowerday back on strike. Fitzpatrick looking to exact revenge straight away. He bowls. Oh, he's hit that. Flowerday didn't know where the ball's gone. The ball, good pace from Fitzpatrick. The ball has gone up, and Flowerday thought it was going to go down the leg and ended up being popped out high on the offside, but only landed just a metre or two off the wicket and landed safely. Fitzpatrick's back to his mark, coming into Flowerday. Bowls down the leg side. Fitzpatrick got a good delivery there and too much pace for Flowerday, beaten by the pace and dot ball. So good comeback from Fitzpatrick. And here comes Flowerday preparing. He's tried to tap that on the leg side, but his leg side sweep to Fitzpatrick just is not quick enough. Fitzpatrick is really bowling very, very quickly. He's bowling that leg side line, and he's ripping it through. So yeah, Flowerday will need to adjust his stroke play if he's going to be successful to the pace of Fitzpatrick. So more B1s to come on. So it looks like Australia has now gone to. Looks like Ryan Honshooten. That's Ryan Honshooten.
Yeah.
Yep. So Aussies have now gone to, after Vaughn Rolls finishing his 4 overs, Aussies have now gone to Ryan Honshooten to bowl. He's bowling to McCaskill. Solid call from Abid. Honshooten comes into bowl. McCaskill sweeps to mid-wicket, but Matt Cameron is out on the boundary and makes sure that delivery only goes for a single. Cameron runs back to his position. Honshooten, one of the characteristics of his overs, he's very, very quick at bowling through his overs. He doesn't muck around at all. This gets his line, bowls. And he comes to Flowerday. Flowerday looks at swinging down the leg side. Dot ball. So great delivery from Honshooten, who fields well off his own bowling for the return, and he's already getting ready to bowl. He's straight into position. Flowerday will be frustrated there. Any ball off the stumps has got to be hit. Oh, that looks like a wider ball that Honshooten's bowled, and he has been called wide on that. So down the leg side, unfortunately, losing his line. Flowerday aimed to swing and decided against it to play the unselfish job of collecting the runs for the team and apply a bit more pressure on the Aussies. Honshooten comes into bowl. Flowerday, similar ball down the leg side, but this time Flowerday decides he's going to hit that, and he's going to hit it hard through backward square, and despite Letz's effort in close to dive, that shot is way too good and straight to the boundary. So Flowerday very powerful when he gets his that golf shot on the leg side going, and made Honshooten pay. Positive talk still out there by the Aussies. Honshooten back at his mark. Flowerday surveying the field, trying to work out if he's going to get another chance at that boundary. It's still the gap's still there for him. He looks again. This time it's a straighter ball, and he can only hit it as far as Matt Cameron, who's just forward a square leg on the boundary. Very powerful throw, and he throws that ball quickly back into Steve O'Beat at the keeping end, and the Kiwis only get through for a single. Good result for the Aussies there. Although Flowerday is now stretching at the non-strikers end, so the Kiwis don't want to see that. They do not want another injury. McCaskill now ready. Honshooten bowls. McCaskill stands up and drives straight, drives powerfully down the ground. McCarthy's running as fast as he can, but he cannot intercept the ball. And despite his best efforts, that has gone for a 4. So great off drive there from Markel McCaskill. Very powerfully hit. And this will be a test for Honshooten, because there's a couple of boundaries just over. That he hasn't bowled badly, but this will be a test. Markel McCaskill facing up again. Honshooten coming into bowl. He does outside off stump, and the Markel McCaskill has stood away. That looks like a wide. So unfortunately, Honshooten have been bowling beautifully until that point, but I think the extra pressure from those 4s that were hit has taken its toll, and he's bowled a 4. Bowled a wide. He comes back in now, bowling fast. This time he's bowled down the leg side. He's overcorrected and bowled another wide. So the Kiwis, it's sort of a bit of a skill. If you're willing to take a risk on a batsman, you hit a couple of boundaries. That extra pressure it puts on the bowler can sometimes lead to situations like this. So Honshooten was bowling beautifully. He still was hit for a couple of boundaries, and now 2 wides. He's now back on the stumps. He's hit it. McCaskill has hit it through to just 4 to square leg, where Matt Cameron is waiting and quickly picks up the ball and returns it to the keeper for 1 run, and that's the end of that over. I can't read it. Yeah, I'll get them to yell out. Score. Okay then. Can you guys give me an update, please? Scorers?
1, 2, 2.
And over?
15.
Okay, 15. After 15 overs, the Kiwis are 122. Zannis back onto bowl. And this should be the last B1 over, I think. Or have they got one more? So Zannis back onto bowl. He's bowled very well earlier. He's now going to get tested though. He's facing Markel McCaskill, who is in the mood to score runs and needs to for New Zealand. Zannis bowls. Markel McCaskill facing hard shot. He's hit that off drive despite the best efforts there from, I think it was Oscar Stubs diving at the mid-off boundary. That ball has gone through for a 4. So the Kiwis have decided to really up the aggression. They need to push the score along, and so far being rewarded. So the pressure now is back on the bowlers, the Aussie team. The field's doing everything they can to stop it, but if the batsmen are good enough to hit the gaps, they're going to be some runs. So Zannis needs to remain composed here. It wasn't a bad ball. Comes into bowl his second ball. McCaskill shapes to hit the same shot again. He hits it hard, but this time Matt Cameron's on the boundary, and he hit it straight at Matt Cameron, and there's only 1 run. The throw was a little bit wayward, but Obeid's picked up where that is and has come through and cleaned up. So only 1 run. Zannis will be relieved with that. 5 off 2 balls. Four balls to come in the over. Zannis now bowling to Flowerday. Will Flowerday be as aggressive as McCaskill? Flowerday, the ball's coming down. Flowerday shapes. He's gone for a reverse sweep, and he's hit that into a Steve Obeid, who is very brave bit of keeping, and the ball's ricocheted off of him onto the stumps. Not for a wicket, but his commitment to the bowler there, Steve Obeid, second to none. His first game for Australia as a keeper there. Zannis would be really impressed with that. Steve Obeid putting his body on the line for a dot ball. Zannis comes into bowl. Flowerday shaping for the similar shot again. He's had another reverse swive. Unfortunately, that one is a bit further outside off stump. The umpire's called that a wide. So a little bit frustrating there, but the Zannis is now back on his mark. He'll be keen to make amends for that wide. He's bowled well. It's the first sundry of his spell. Any bowls. Flowerday shaping to hit that one back very, very fine, and it looks like that has despite Fitzpatrick's best efforts, that ball has gone for a 4. So Flouday has gone for a very aggressive shot. He's basically stood around the ball and tried to drive it straight back. So risky stuff for the keeper there, having to be fully committed. Unfortunately, this time the ball beat the keeper and has flown down to the boundary, a long stop boundary, and 4 runs. Zannis needs to maintain his composure here. Lots of pressure being applied to him, but Australia need him to stay focused. He's bowled well and needs to continue to bowl well. And he comes. He bowls. The Sockers is wide down leg side. So the pressure building on Zannis. Flouday's aggression is paid off. So he's got a 4 off the previous ball and now picks up a dot ball, or not a dot ball, but it picks up a wide. So Kiwis will be, we think, taking full advantage of this, trying to get their score over the 150 mark. Zannis comes into bowl to Floudey. Floudey shapes, hit that through, covers, but Matt Cameron's out on the cover boundary and he picks that ball up and runs it in fact, to just ensure there is no chance of any extra runs or overthrows. Hands that ball off to Zannis and runs back out again. So Michael McCaskill on strike now. Zannis is, I believe this is his last ball of the over. OB calls him up. Zannis comes in to bowl to McCaskill. McCaskill looks, faces down the leg side. McCaskill's going to hit that hard, and he does, but he's picked out Fitzpatrick that's deep square leg, and that is going to be a 1 only. So good finish to that over there for Zannis. He'll be relieved that that's done. And 13 off that over. So the Kiwis are really trying very hard to lift their run rate. 135 and 135 after 16, the Kiwis. So they'll now be looking beyond 150. To be sure that they're going to get the 150. They'll be aiming for, hoping to get 160, maybe even aiming for 170. They want to post a score they can bowl to a bit here. So it looks like McCarthy has gone to Letts to bowl the last B1 over of the innings. So Nathan Letts coming on to bowl his first over of the innings, but the last required B1 over the innings. Obviously, Australia can bowl more B1 overs if it chooses, but needs to bowl a minimum of 8. So Letts will be bowling the 8th B1 over. He's bowling that to Michael McCaskill. Letts coming in from the Kedron Brook end. Being called up by Obeid, coming into bowl to McCaskill. It's wide down the leg side. McCaskill's gone off to chase it, and he has missed it. That has been called wides. So that's 2 wides, and even the extra return up is a little bit sloppy. McCarthy's picked that up, so let's be a bit frustrated. That's 2 wides. Yep, 2 wides to start his over, so we won't be happy with that, but the Kiwis are really trying to put the pressure on the B1s. It's up to them to hold their nerve and bowl straight. Floudey on strike. Letts comes into bowl. Floudey, it's a straight ball. Floudey swings hard. McCameron's picked that up. It's coming out to mid-wicket, but Cameron is there like a flash. Returns the ball to McCarthy, the captain, who's calling in at the bowling end. And only 1 run, so that's great support to Nathan Letts. He'll be pretty happy with Matt Cameron's efforts out there, and a good ball from Letts. McCaskill looking around the field. He's trying to work out where he can get these runs. He needs to at least see the team get to 150, if not more. Letts coming into bowls. McCaskill doesn't even move, and that is a wide down the leg side. So frustrating there for Letts that that's Sundry. So Letts getting ready to bowl. Bowling to McCaskill. McCaskill sweeps to mid-wicket hard. There's no fielder out there, but very quickly McCameron is there. He intercepts that ball just a metre inside the boundary. Kiwis run 2. Fantastic effort in the field from McCameron. He's picked that up as soon as it's come off the bat and has run flat out to intercept that ball just a metre inside the boundary. Kiwis would be frustrated. In fact, they think that's probably a good enough shot to have been a 4. McCaskill took the risk off a fairly straight ball from Letts and got 2, but he was hoping for more. He's still looking at this leg side as he's facing up McCaskill. He's very keen for some more runs. Letts though holding his nerve. Comes in a bowl. McCaskill sweeps, tries to sweep fine, and it's so very, very fine. Fielders all converged there, but Fitzpatrick is the first to it, and that is 2 runs. And the Kiwis take a sneaky 2 runs there. Let's bowls to McCaskill. McCaskill sweeps but loses a bit of balance as he's playing his shot. Only gets it out 2/3 of the way to the boundary to be cut off by Cameron, and only 1 run. McCarthy comes in from long off to help at the bowling end. Gives Letts a ball, runs back to position. Letts gets his bearings. He's now bowling to Flowerday. OB calls him up. Flowerday's down, ready. Look at the leg side. He's hit that through mid-wicket again, and that has been hit very, very firmly. But out there is Oscar Stubs, and keeps that just to 1. That's fantastic fielding there by the Aussies. McCaskill now on strike to Letts. Letts getting ready to come in to bowl. McCaskill is sweeping fine down leg side. Fitzpatrick is there on the boundary but not able to stop that ball, and that is 4 runs. So that's the end of that over. End of the 8th B1 over of the innings. That may well be the last we'll see of the B1 bowling today. And the Kiwis have made it to Kiwi total?
149.
Kiwis have made it to 149, so just short of the 150 with a couple overs to go. They'll be keen to continue to push on, but now the Parsies likely to come back into the attack for the Aussies, and the Aussies will be very keen to make sure the Kiwis stay under the 170. Fitzpatrick is back on from the pavilion end. This very strong cross breeze here will be difficult for the bowlers, but also difficult for the batsmen too. The ball will move a little bit on the wicket. So Fitzpatrick ready to come in and bowl. He's bowling to Flowerday. Flowerday has had a big swing outside off stump, but is a wide ball. And Stubs, who's at third man, is tasked with trying to fix up the wide, so he picks that in and keeps it just to 1 wide and 1 run, so there are 2 wides technically. Fitzpatrick will be frustrated with that, won't want that as his to start his over. He'll want to tidy that up. The Kiwis are now made it to 150. Into McCaskill. Oh, this is going to be costly here, and it looks like it's a no ball, and Flowerday has run through to take advantage of that, and is also taking advantage of. So the buy and a no ball is the call from the scorers here. Flowerday is on strike, and that's a free hit. Flowerday has steps down the leg side, hits that powerfully, but he hits it straight out to a very deep boundary there. Is that Oscar Stubs deep? Is that Oscar who fielded that ball? Nero, okay. Nero, deep mid-wicket boundary. He's fielded that and whipped it in, so keeping it to 1. Fitzpatrick coming in to McCaskill. McCaskill drives hard, and that is not going to be saved. That is a fantastic shot. Firmly hit. Dead straight. He's punished that ball. So there really is no lack of talent in the Kiwi team, just the opportunity to get together and play more. So as the call out was said before, if the New Zealand Cricket Board can get behind the Black Caps as well as the Cricket Australia getting behind the blind cricketers, exciting things could come for the team. As McCaskill now hits Fitzpatrick through covers, the Kiwis are taking 2. They're taking on Cameron's arm. They do make two runs. So upright square drive there or cover drive there from McCaskill, and Kiwis get 2 out of it. Despite Cameron's speed and fast arm, not able to prevent that second run. Fitzpatrick coming in. He's bowling to Markel McCaskill again. And Markel's doesn't even move to that. It's a clear wide, so Fitzpatrick will be a bit frustrated with the way this has gone from this over. Keep his head up. He's bowled some good deliveries. He's going to focus on that. And he comes. McCaskill ready. McCaskill drives hard and straight, but this time he's hit it in the direction of Matt Cameron, and Matt Cameron ensures it only goes for 1. Very good feeling there by the Aussies. A straighter shot might have seen more runs there for McCaskill, but it just gave Cameron enough of a hint to get to the ball, and Matt Cameron obliged by chasing it down. Fitzpatrick bowling now to Flowerday. Flowerday goes down, sweeps, just paddles it around to the leg side in the direction of Lockie Wallace, who picks up the ball, underarms it into the keeper, and 1 run. And the umpires have called over. Yeah, that seems a bit short. That's short. Yeah. And a little disappointing here. The umpires have only given the Kiwis 5 balls that over, which is frustrating for them. Kiwis are already up against it, and for 5 balls for an over is it can happen. Everyone makes mistakes, but bit of a pain for the Kiwis. As my point earlier though was, there's some talent in this Kiwi team. If New Zealand Cricket Board can get behind their Black Caps, then they'll definitely see some rewards, because there's some great Kiwis doing some work. Donna McCaskill in particular, she's a powerhouse of sport for blind and vision impaired across New Zealand. But if it's not for the senior parent organisations stepping in, she can't do it all on her own. So as it is, McCarthy's come back on to bowl. He's bowling to Flowerday. Flowerday has swung and missed. So dot ball, McCarthy bowling from the Kedron Brook end. And this is the last over. 2 overs to go. 2 overs to go, and the Kiwis are 163 with 2 overs to go, or less than 2 overs to go now. The Kiwis have got 1 run. They're taking a 2, and Flowerday does come back for 2. So 165 with 9 balls left in the innings. That was fielded there by Lockie Wallace. I think I just lost track of the ball for a second. I'm joined here with Eugene Nagrook, former Australian opening batsman, and holds a high score for Australia in a blind cricket match, and that was a score against New Zealand. So as Flowerday taps the ball around the boundary, Fitzpatrick has dived, but I've got a feeling that might have been over the boundary when he's dived for that. Just waited to see if that signalled Was that signalled 2 or 4? 2. Okay, saved that just inside the boundary. Just the Fitzpatrick's body language there looked like he might have been a 4, but 2. So Eugene, you scored over 200 against the Kiwis in your heyday. It must be one of your career highlights. The Aussies here, though, some pretty good talent going around. How do you think these boys compare to the players of your generation?
They've stepped up a level from my time, and I think my score will be demolished at some point soon.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, the batting you see from people like Stefan Nero is just another world. I can't get my head around a guy who can score at close to 300%. And he seems to be a 360 player, and that was also a feature of your game. Although you were very, very strong through mid-wicket. At the way these guys score, they seem to be able to hit it all. There's a dot ball there. I should be calling this as well. A dot ball there from McCarthy to McCaskill, but hard to set a field of these guys. They do hit the ball everywhere, Eugene.
You need about 15 or 16 out there, I think.
Yeah, and you have to say too, though, we've got a long and positive relationship with the Kiwis as McCarthy comes in and bowls to McCaskill. McCaskill drives straight down the ground. They've got 1, they've got 2, and I've got a feeling that has gone for 4. That is a fantastic shot by Markel McCaskill. He'd be pretty happy with that. But Eugene, South Australia's a long history of supporting New Zealand blind cricket. You'd love to see that the national organisation in New Zealand get behind the blind caps. They do it. They're a great team and a great bunch of people, but they need some more support.
Absolutely, they can go so much further than what they're doing now if they have that support. The people behind it organising now can't do any more than they're doing, and if they can get the support from their organisation like we have here from Cricket Australia, well, they will just come on in leaps and bounds.
Yeah. So the call's definitely been put out to for the Kiwis to get behind the Black Caps, and it looks like Oscar Stubs has been throwing the ball for the last over of the game, and the Kiwis are on 174. So will the Kiwis get to 190? They'll be keen for a big over, but I'm pretty sure Oscar Stubs won't want to see 16 off his over. So it'd be good to see. They've got the batsman at the crease who could score well, and it's Flower Day to face Stubs. The Stubs can bowl with a bit of bounce, and I think he's probably the most aggressive bowler the Aussies have got. So he can pick a wicket here, and he's bowled that one just down leg side, and I think it's a dot ball. That's a fantastic start to his over. So great bowling there from Stubs. Fast ball, just angled it down leg side, which is a good place to go if you can jam up a batsman. And he's gotten away with a dot ball, and he comes to bowl again to Flower Day. Flower Day's danced down the wicket. He's tried to hit that hard through mid wicket, but Nero's on the boundary there at square leg, and that is just a single. So that's fantastic. Big risk there, Eugene, on that shot. He's danced down the wicket and had a big swing through square leg, and only for a single. You'd be frustrated as a batsman if that happened to you.
Yeah, you would. He's tried to hit it too hard, and he's just edged it more than anything.
Yeah. Yes, there's a good lesson in that. Making sure you get good contact. It was certainly dancing down the wicket. In comes Stubs, bowling to McCaskill now. McCaskill is shouldered arms, and I think he's thought that was going to be a wide, but it wasn't a wide. It's just a great dot ball. He's beat him outside off stump. So great pace. So the first ball of this over, and then that ball there. Stubbs is 2 dot balls in his last over. That's critical.
It's quick as well. That one was quick as well.
Yeah, it's a great pace, great death bowling here by Stubbs. 2 dot balls in his last over. The last over of the innings is fantastic. McCaskill danced down the wicket, big swing, and both batsmen at the one end here, and there's a run out here, easy run out, and McCaskill is out. So Stubbs, not only has he bowled a couple of dot balls, 3 dot balls in this over, the 3rd dot ball he bowled, he got a run out off it. So Kiwis, I guess you push very hard at the end of the innings to do something special, and if the team are up to it, the opposition are up to it, then they'll make you pay, and they did in this case. So Stubbs bowling well and able to affect the run out there. There's a bit of confusion there with the Kiwi running.
Lack of communication.
Yeah, lack of communication. So unfortunate for Markel McCaskill, his innings has come to an end. Looks like he's now going to run, and looks like a totally blind batsman's coming to the crease. I'm not sure who that is coming out. Is this batsman? Aaron Kassam is coming out to the crease. I haven't seen Aaron Kassam bat, so interesting to see how Aaron goes. He's not on strike though, and there's a chance that the Kiwis won't want him on strike either. The Flower Day is at the crease. He's at the batting crease, ready to go. Kassam has been taken to square leg umpire, and Markel McCaskill is coming in to run at the non-strikers end. How many deliveries left? Is it 2 balls to go? So 2 balls to go. So there is a slight chance Kassam comes on, but in comes Stubs now, bowling to Flowerday. Flowerday dances down the wicket, swings down the leg side. Unfortunate for Oscar Stubs though, he's just swung that a bit too far down the leg and got a bowler sundry. So he'll be frustrated by that. Still 2 balls to go, and the Kiwis are on 176 with 2 to go. So in comes Stubs. Flowerday again dances down the wicket. This time it's a dot ball. OB keeps that out. Keeps well to that ball, and 1 ball to go. Flowerday will be frustrated by that. He's looking around. Not sure whether he thought it was a wide or something, or just whether he's disappointed in his own effort there, but frustrated to get back to ball. Stubs comes in. Flowerday dances down the wicket again. This time it's just not hit well, just short to mid wicket. Nero, being sensible, has picked up the ball and run and bring it into the stumps, and that is the end of the Kiwi innings. So Kiwi innings has come to a conclusion, 177. So the Aussies will be chasing 178 to win. Look forward to seeing the run chase in about 10 minutes' time. And we're back at the cricket. Fantastic to see local supporters, in particular Steve Art and Tim Forge coming out. They're long-term supporters of Queensland blind cricket, and they're coming out to support the Aussie captain Matt McCarthy as he opens the innings for Australia against New Zealand in their run chase, chasing 178 to win. And McCarthy just limbering up. He's at the non-strikers end though. On strike is going to be Matt Cameron. Matt Cameron already with a century this series. Umpires have called the scorers, confirming the game's about to start. Deacon Dunn is coming into bowl to Matt Cameron. Matt Cameron facing. Matt Cameron down sweeping. Hits it to mid wicket. Oh, outstretched hand of Hebley. Hebley dives, saves one, but the dive saved more than that. Could otherwise have been a decent shot. Was pretty well timed, but yeah, good dive by Hebley, but he couldn't stop them taking one. That's the words I was looking for. Done now to the Australian captain. Playing reverse sweep straight away, and he's hit that fine. And there is McCaskill on the boundary. He's just saved that just inside the boundary. Matty McCarthy goes through for 2. They're looking for 3, but Cameron wasn't really ready for that and decided 2 was enough. So McCarthy getting off strike with a 2. Done now on his mark. Coming into bowl of the Aussie captain. Go reverse sweep again. He's hit that more lofted, but 3 point, and that ball has gone for 4. So fantastic shot by McCarthy. Very strong through the point. Reverse sweep and 4 runs. So McCarthy's come out and is on fire. And this is just demonstrating the depth of batting for this Australian team. Probably arguably the best depth of any recent Australian blind cricket team. And fantastic to see. So Dunn now on his mark. Coming into bowl. McCarthy. Reverse sweep again. And that is a dot ball. So Dunn with pace, just able to beat McCarthy, and dot ball. Dunn coming into bowl to McCarthy. McCarthy reverse sweeping again. This time he's hit it through cover. He's beaten the fieldsman at cover. The ball's not going to make it all the way to the boundary, but Donna McCaskill chasing it. She's pulled up 1 metre inside, and the Aussies fit fast running, and they've taken 3. Great running by the Aussies. It was a great first over. Actually, 1 left to go, I believe, in this over. McCaskill. Cameron back on strike. Cameron down early, sweeping. He's hit it high. He's hit it over Hebley. Has he hit it over Hebley? Oh, and Hebley has dropped what I think he would take 9 out of 10 times. He's dirty with himself. Cannot believe that he's dropped what ended up being a fairly easy catch. He got himself in a position early, but as the ball came down, he just a bit of tension there, and anyway, missed the catch. And Matt Cameron gets to survive. The Aussies are no wicket down after 1 over, and well, I was going to say a solid start to the Aussies, but Cameron there hitting that, losing control of that shot, going up in the air and providing a golden opportunity for the Kiwis. At the end of that over, he'll be dirty that he's offered that chance, relieved that he's still out there and can make amends. And he's on strike with that shot. He's on strike, and Markel McCaskill is coming in. He's going to come in and bowl to Cameron. So Hebley in the field now is coming over to just forward a square leg. Still be ruining his missed opportunity there.
Okay, so just side the head.
Cameron's facing, and he sweeps hard, and he sweeps it, and Hebley knocks the ball down. So great fielding by Hebley, throws the ball in just to keep Cameron honest, but Cameron was really no risk of anything other than making a single there. So McCarthy now on strike. Reverse sweep again. Oh, one bounce and it hits. Oh, there's a bit of confusion here. Aussie's going to be beaten in, and the throw is just a fraction wide and 1 run. And out there, that looks like it was James Dunn who picked up the ball coming lofted in the air, dived forward, couldn't take a catch. It was just bouncing in front of him, and then a little bit of confusion, a bit of ball watching happening, and nearly a run out. Cameron on strike now. Cameron sweeps just through mid on. They've got 1. They've got 2. Long chase by Hebley, who's injured, and that ball is all the way to the boundary for 4. So great solid shot there from Matt Cameron. And Hebley's injured, and that sort of stuff is the sort of stuff, if you're an injured player, Eugene Nagrook, you would not want to have to chase all the way to the boundary to find the ball just beating out of the boundary, as Corey did just then.
No, that's where you let the younger blokes do it.
Yeah, that's a fair call. That's a fair call. Cameron back on strike now after scoring that 4. He's down the wicket. He's sweeping. He's hit the similar gap again. Hebley again having to run. Certainly looking laboured. It's going to be close. It's going to be close. And I think he's just got the ball just before the boundary. And the Aussies have run 3. So that's a difficult end to that over there. No, it's not over it. And it's not over. McCarthy now on strike. Hebley now jogging back to position. He's certainly... Is that 2 to come?
Yeah.
2 to come, so... McCarthy reverse sweeping. He set that through third man. He set that to Wilson though. Wilson's picked the ball up and hard firm throw. 1 only. Cameron's through. 1 ball to go. Markel McCaskill coming into bowl to Matt Cameron. Matt Cameron charges down the wicket, hits it through on drive, and that's another chase for Hebley. This time I think he's going to get the ball in. They're running 2. No, he hasn't picked up the ball. Oh, he's foxing. He's fumbled, and they've run a 3. The Kiwis be disappointed there. That should have just been a 2, but Matt Cameron, as quick as a flash, saw the opportunity and took a 3. How would you feel if you were captaining there and you saw that happen in the field, Eugene? You'd be a little bit upset.
Well, you're not happy with it, but things happen, don't they? As you well know.
Yeah, it's tough. So Hebley, he's had to put 3 big chases in that innings to get to, or that over to get to the ball, and unfortunately that last one there, it looked like he was going to keep them to 2, but just a fumble as he went to pick it up, and Matt Cameron, quick as a flash, took the opportunity to run a 3rd run, and the Aussies are
9 for 24.
after 2. None for 24 after 2 overs, the Aussies, so they were out of the blocks pretty fast. 12 and over, they'll be happy with that. Cameron facing, Deacon Dunn bowling, and it's a no ball. Cameron looks like he lost sight of it. The ball's no ball. It's hit him on the body. No damage done. Deacon Dunn goes back to goes down to pick up the ball, and now it's acknowledged that it's a free hit. So Matt Cameron will be looking forward to looking to where he's going to hit this ball. I've got a feeling he's going to stand up and try to hit it straight down the ground. Dunn comes in, and he has stood up and he's tried to hit straight down the ground, but he's missed. And he's missed it. Probably I can understand the temptation there for Cameron, but you wonder there whether just knocking the ball, having a maybe a more feisty swing off with a sweep shot might have been a more a safer shot. But anyway, it's a dot ball. In comes reverse sweep from Cameron, and I don't know if he got bat though. I think he might have beaten him. So yeah, Deacon Dunn fighting back. The last 2, I appreciate the previous ball was a free hit, but that was no run off that, and now a dot ball. what the Kiwis need to try to build a little bit of pressure. Cameron facing, charging down the wicket, sweeps firmly. There's 1 run. Deacon's having to chase all the way to the boundary, which is pretty hard to do if you're own bowling. And Cameron's shot through deep mid on is too good, and 4 runs is scored. Dunn is back at his mark. Coming in, Cameron's down the wicket again, swinging hard. This time through mid wicket. 1 run. Aussie's taking 2. It's going to be a hard throw. Oh, if a throw was straight, then that was out. McCarthy would have been well short. He would have been metres short. So, and that was Corey Heberley. I can hear a bit of self-admonishment happening out there. His arm is usually dead eye. So Aussie's a little bit of a let off there, trying to apply a bit too much pressure, I think, and taking an unnecessary risk at getting away with it. Dunn now coming into bowl to Cameron again. Cameron goes to sweep, but it's outside off stump, and it's well outside off stump, and the umpire calls a wide delivery. So it's a real mixed bag of an over here from Deacon Dunn. He'll be pretty keen to see the end of it, and hopefully see the end of it without losing too many more, conceding too many more runs. He's back on his mark. McCarthy at the non-strikers end, ready to go. Cameron facing. He's down the wicket. He sweeps to backward square leg. The Aussies take 1. Flowerday has the ball, and the Aussies take 1 is enough, and that is the end of that over. Or no, it's not, because I've heard a few sundries. I've lost count in my head. 2 to come. Yep, I forgot to add the sundries in. So 2 deliveries. As I scare the scorers who think, what have they done? No, in comes Deacon Dunn. McCarthy reverse sweep. He's trying to hit that very fine. He's hit it fine past the keeper, and that is going to go all the way. Great shot by McCarthy. He's picked the gap. Didn't need to do too much to it other than steer it. And 4 runs from McCarthy. He's played more reverse sweeps this innings than conventional sweeps, Eugene.
Yeah, it's coming more and more into the game, isn't it? As you mentioned before, that's all about that 360 around the ground, and they're getting better and better. And that one just flew to the boundary.
Yep. So McCarthy really picking a gap in the field and taking full advantage there. Now facing up, Deacon Dunn back in his mark. He's just giving some instructions to his mother, who's out there on the field, just asking her to go in a bit and a bit towards cover. He comes into bowl. McCarthy's going to reverse sweep again. This time there's a wide ball, so as I say, didn't make contact with it. I thought Dunn might have beat him for pace, but in fact beat him for width. And Deacon Dunn will be cursing himself that he's bowled a sundry. Still 1 delivery to go in the over. A big over for the Aussies, this one. Deacon Dunn coming into McCarthy. Reverse again. Oh, another wide. So pressure building, and unfortunately for Deacon, he's just lost his spot there. He's got to have his head up. He's bowled some good deliveries this series. He just needs to focus on those. Certainly quite a good bowler. But a bit of pressure from those reverse sweeps, I think, has rattled him slightly. He's just not quite sure where to bowl to McCarthy. McCarthy facing, reversing again, and he's hit that time. That was a very good ball by Deacon Dunn. They've taken a single, and unfortunately James Dunn, who stopped that ball, didn't take it cleanly, because I actually think he stopped it pretty sharply. It could even have been a half a chance there. But as it was, it's 1 run to the Aussies, and they move to
41.
none for 41 off 3. So big over for the Aussies there. Yep, 17 runs off it. So big over for the Aussies. 100 runs to win. I have it, yeah.
That's on 20, and
Cameron 20 and McCarthy 16 are the Aussies. Obviously been a few sundries in there. And now the field being adjusted. James Dunn coming across to the onside to McCarthy. They're trying to bolster the team to stop that reverse sweep. Markel McCaskill bowling to McCarthy. Reverse sweep happening. He's hit that lofted, and it's hit it over the top of Corey Hebley, and I've got a feeling that might go all the way. No, Hebley stopped that. He's picked it up early. He's had a quick flick in throw, but he's thrown to mid-pitch, and fortunately James Dunn's come in to do the tidying up on that one.
Yeah, if you want to, I'll pass you. Whenever you've got any of the runs or balls, whatever, I'll pass it over to you and you can do that.
McCarthy bowling, reversing again. He's hit that also through. He's hit that through cover. He's hit that better. I don't know if Corey Hebley's going to be able to save that if that's gone all the way. That's 4 runs. That is a great shot from McCarthy. Hit that very firmly. Firm reverse sweep through cover, and it's raced away to the boundary. Hebley had no chance to track that down. So not only is McCarthy bowled out, he's got his good mate out. He's now hitting the ball around and causing him all sorts of pain in the field. So there'll be some words had later today, I'm sure, at jovial words. McCarthy reverse sweep again. No ball this time. It's been hit to gully. It's been fielded there by Deacon McCaskill. Aussies take just one, and it's a no ball. So Matt Cameron will have a free hit. Umpire is signalling that now. Free hit for Matt Cameron. Markel comes in to bowl. Cameron tries to stand up and tries to take the big drive, which is what he did last time with the free hit. This time the ball bounced, hit the stump, and it ricocheted past the keeper. Some Kiwis got excited, thinking it might have been a wicket of some sort, but being a free hit, there was no chance of that being anything other than a dot ball. And that brings up the Aussie 50. So in very quick time here, the Aussies have raced to 50. Markel McCaskill bowling to McCarthy again. McCarthy this time plays a conventional. In fact, tries to go for a slog down the leg side because it was a wide ball and it was called wide by the umpires too. So it'll be frustrating for the Aussies. I'm looking at a deep backward square or fine leg. Well, McCarthy. That time, that ball, the same position, down the leg side, but this time inside the wide line. McCarthy couldn't reach it, and it was a dot ball. But I'm watching deep square leg boundary, or fine leg boundary is McCaskill bowling again. This time, the ball's hit pretty straight, and McCaskill fields of his own bowling, and there's no run. He's very quick getting through his over. I can't get my little comment in. Flouday's arms crossed. He's not happy. He's not happy with the way the game's going. McCaskill comes in, bowls McCarthy back to his reverse sweep. Hits a Hebley, and Hebley is good fielding. It forces McCarthy to send Cameron back. So no run there for the Aussie to finish that over. Hebley is certainly looking a bit laboured as he walks with the ball back behind the bowling mark. So I'll just pass over to Eugene just to run through the scores.
And the score's none for 51 after 4 overs.
Okay, now 51 after 4, and we'll get the Aussie batsmen and their totals in a second.
Okay, Matty Cameron is on 20 and Matt McCarthy's on 23.
So 20 and 23, the Aussies individually, but a few sundries in there, so that sees the score well over 50. Cameron is facing, and it looks like the Kiwis have thrown the ball to Corey Hebley, and Corey bowls to Matt Cameron. Matt Cameron down the wicket, hits it through mid-wicket. They've taken one, they've taken two. James Dunn running down on the boundary. He's picked it up at mid-wicket boundary, or on-drive boundary, long on in fact, and 2 runs taken. Cow corner, I guess is probably the best description for that. Hebley bowls again, very quick getting through his overs too. This time it's gone through square, and might well be 4 runs. The Kiwis are running out of legs there. That was an Aussie field. That would have been maybe a single. Unfortunately for the Kiwis here, that's gone for a 4. So James Dunn there is covering a whole lot of the ground on his own, and he'll be disappointed to see that ball go to the boundary. Cameron on strike again to Hebley, comes into bowls. Cameron sweeps again, this similar spot and I think it might be a similar result. It's boundary 4 runs, and Matt Cameron has just decided this is his over, and he's hitting 2 boundaries in a row there and causing the Kiwis all sorts of grief. And that ball has gone all the way off to a car park in the distance. So he's clubbed that one. Eugene, reminiscent of the sort of shots you used to hit. You never used to hit 4. I used to say you never only got credit with 4s, but they were quite often 8s. So you used to go well over the boundary, and Cameron's done the same thing there. He's belted that.
Well, I figured make the fielders work harder and tire him out.
And it worked too. Okay, Cameron's this time he's hit a similar shot, but it was stopped by a fieldsman and only got 1 run. In fact, I slightly lost where that went. But only 1 run. So Kiwis will be relieved to see the ball not cross the boundary, and Corey's bowling figures will be relieved as well. He's at the bowling end, facing up is Matt McCarthy. So the good mates facing each other. Corey Hebley would desperately like to return the favour, having been out dismissed twice to McCarthy's bowling this series. Hebley bowls to McCarthy. McCarthy goes to the reverse sweep, and he's hit that fine. There's 1 run. Deacon Dunn's chasing hard. 2 runs, and that is 4 runs. So the 2 brothers on the boundary trying to work together. It's Markel McCaskill and Deacon Dunn trying to work together to save a boundary, but McCarthy's reverse sweep through point there is just too strong, and he's hit that straight to the boundary. So he'd be really happy with the way things are going. Markel McCaskill is sort of looking slightly disillusioned, getting back to his position at backward square. In comes Hebley to bowl. McCarthy's going to reverse sweep again. He's trying to hit a similar shot, but this time I think he's hit it closer to McCaskill, and he's picked the ball up, and that'll be kept to 1. Umpire calls over. I've got a feeling the Kiwis have decided to bring Brett Wilson in to keep. I guess he's got a bit of an injury there, and the Kiwis are probably limited to know what to do with him.
Yeah, they've got 2 or 3 injuries now, and it's not helping them at all. I think they only had a squad of 12 bringing over anyway.
Yeah, very tricky and disappointing for them to have to be managing that for the rest of the series. But they've showed amazing spirit, and I'm sure they'll be getting through. Eugene, have you got a bit of an update on the scores and how the boys are going?
Yep, so after 5 overs, we're none for 66, and Matt Cameron is 31 off 16, and Matt McCarthy is 27 off 15.
Okay, so there you go. Both Aussie batsmen blasting away, scoring at 200% or thereabouts, very close. So they'll be pretty happy with their efforts. McCarthy is now facing, and it's Markel McCaskill to bowl. McCarthy reverse sweep. This time it's lofted. He's lofted to Hebley, and Hebley has dropped that. Oh no, he'll be dirty. Opportunity to... The Kiwis really need to take that chance. Hit it high in the air. So this time first time it was Matt Cameron who gave a sitting chance to Hebley. This time much harder chance was given to Hebley but this time from McCarthy, and both times put down. In comes McCaskill. Cameron charges, sweeps, lofted shot. Unfortunately, outside of the field of vision of James Dunn, he didn't see it, and Aussie's able to get an easy single there. But for a moment of time, there was a bit of animation and excitement from the Kiwis as they thought there was a chance of a catch, but unfortunately for them, James Dunn didn't pick up where the ball was, and it just landed over the top of him. Markel McCaskill into bowl to Cameron. Cameron has tried to charge in the wicket and hit that hard. As it is, it did mistimed it, and it's gone to the short in. Totally blind fieldsman who's done a great job of feeling that and returned the ball to Markel McCaskill. And the Kiwis would be probably relieved just to see a single come up. I think they've been peppered a fair bit. McCarthy now on strike. Will he go back to his reverse sweep after the previous one being lofted? No, he won't. He's tried an upright shot, and he's just squeezed that out to square leg, and they'll take 1 and 1 only. Both James Dunn and Parveen Shankar have combined there to do a bit of fielding and put a bit of pressure on the Aussies to stop a 2. And it is Matt Cameron facing again. Markel McCaskill coming into bowl. Cameron's just stopping play for a second. He's just wanting to adjust to make sure he knows where the field is. Got a funny feeling he is looking. The Kiwis are adjusting their field accordingly. I think Cameron was eyeing square leg because there's no one out at square leg, and now James Dunn's been put out here. The only problem is he's looking into a fair bit of glare, so good luck to him picking up the ball. In comes the ball. Cameron's gone to the reverse sweep option this time, and he's hit it to Deacon Dunn. Deacon has fielded the ball. Wilson has kept taken it as a keeper, but Matt McCarthy from the non-strikers end has come through comfortably to make his ground. And we do appreciate all the messages that are coming through in support of the coverage. Very, very happy to have been able to provide the opportunity for people all over the world to listen to live blind cricket here from Australia. McCarthy faces, and this time the ball's just down the leg side. McCarthy stands up and tries to hit a strong drive. That ball ends up being a dot ball. The keeper easily fields it. A little frustrated with himself there, McCarthy. He's been scoring so well with the sweep and the reverse sweep, but just tried the upright shot and didn't come off. And now it goes back to his reverse sweep, and he's hit that lofted and just out of reach of Corey Hebley, but on the boundary is Deacon Dunn, who has done a sliding save, picked it up and ripped it in and kept the Aussies to 1. But Hebley, if that was hit a fraction lower, that might have been a spectacular catch, but as it was, McCarthy's hit it clear and got away with another one. And it looks like over there, Eugene, just update on the score and the batsman scores.
After 6 overs, none for 75, and we have Matt Cameron on 35 and Matt McCarthy 31.
So 31 and 35. It looks like the consistency that these guys are batting at, neither of them are going to get themselves to 100. But I'm sure they'll both be there to support each other, push well past 50. They'll be really keen to remain not out at the end of the innings. Job is not done though. The Kiwis did put on that 140, so the Aussies still have some work to do. It's not over yet. However, we now have the Kiwis hand forced. They're bringing on their B1s. Similar tactic to their first game today, where they, even though there was no real wickets down, they needed to apply pressure. They bring their B1s on, and they are. And so Vaughn Shankar is coming into bowl. He's bowling to Matt McCarthy. The change here is Matt McCarthy's now going to generate the pace. The ball comes down the wicket. Matt McCarthy stands up and he drives straight down the ground. They've taken one, and they've decided one's all they'll take. James Dunn deep straight down the ground has fielded that ball and return it in. So one only. Bit of fair gameplay there. So as the returns come in, Matt McCarthy's gone down and fielded the ball for the Kiwis to support Vaughn Shankar and the Kiwis. Handed the ball to the bowler. There's a bit of a change in the field. Deacon Dunn's gone straight, and McDonough has come into covers. Matt Cameron is facing the ball, and he's not moved at all to that, and that is because it was a wide. Looks like it's outside off stump, so frustrating for Vaughn to have bowled a wide. So one legitimate ball this over, and he's got 2 runs against his name. Oh. Just a bit of wind coming through the tent here. Vaughn Shankar bowls to Cameron. Cameron looks at that ball as well and decides not to play a shot, and that has been called a no ball, so there'll be a free hit. So free hit. And Cameron plays upright shot, hits that through mid-wicket, hits it out to the mid-wicket boundary to Hebley, who picks up the ball and returns to the keeper. And Eugene, I've just a bit of friendly advice. If you ever want to upset an umpire, as the umpires came off, they were just having a bit of a chat about their innings, and I mentioned that, as had been mentioned to me by the Kiwis, they were a bit frustrated with a couple of 5-ball overs, and it was noted there from the scorers that there was a 5-ball over. And I pointed that out to Phil Penn, who was very quickly to admonish me that the umpires control the game and not the field. And while we've been passing that anecdote on, there has been a wicket. Matt McCarthy has gone hard at the ball, tried to hit Vaughn Shankar out of the ground, and is out. So congratulations to Parveen. That was bowled, wasn't it? LBW. That was called LBW. So he's gone to hit the ball out of the park, which I guess is what he's decided to needed to do, and he's lost his wicket, and that's going to bring Australian stalwart batsman and Number 3, Michael Zannis to the crease. Michael Zannis has batted beautifully so far this series, and he'd be looking to continue on with that. He's got some time to score some runs. He's a little bit dirty that there's been a lot of focus so far on players getting 50s and 100s, and I think the other day he was fairly close to a 50, and everyone was happy to see Matt Cameron kick on, scoring 120 off instead of Zannis made a comment to, he said, would have been nice if he hit a couple of singles to get me on strike so I could have got my 50. But yeah, batsman being batsman, as a bowler I've got no sympathy for any of them. But anyway, he's coming out to face Parveen. So, and Zannis bowled very well to Shankar earlier today. So it'll be interesting to see whether if Shankar is able to return the favour. McCarthy, he was out LBW to Shankar, 32 off 22. So good batting there. A little bit frustrating to see that these innings came to an end like that. I think he was batting so beautifully with the reverse sweep, Eugene. You almost wonder why you try to play any other shot.
Well, I guess he was just trying to mix it up, and he figured he'd have a good crack at the B1, and well, the B1 came out on top.
Yeah, congratulations to Parveen Shankar for picking up the Aussie captain wicket. That's a wicket that I'm sure he'll remember for a long time. Now he bowls, getting ready to bowl to Zannis. Zannis, left-handed batsman. He's down, and the ball has just hit the bat. And dot ball there. Yeah, he was very late on it. I think there's a lot of crosswind here. It's going to be pretty challenging conditions. Looks like he may have Steve Obeid out there running for him. And the ball looks like a wide down the leg side. There's Zannis, a left-handed batsman. So wide down the leg side. Interesting that Steve Obeid has set up outside leg stump to run for Michael Zannis. I've got a funny feeling that he won't want to get in the road as Sean Fitzpatrick did the other night and got absolutely clouded by a ball of Zannis's. I'm not sure if you got to see that, Eugene, but Wiggles, or has Zannis another wide there from Parveen Shankar down the leg side. Zannis halfway up the wicket, I think it had a few words to Fitzpatrick. You'd hear a lengthy apology coming from Fitzpatrick after getting in the road of Zannis' shot. We all decided on the commentary box here it was probably Zannis' best shot of the day, and it went just for a single. He wasn't impressed.
Yeah, he gets very grumpy. I learnt many years ago, if I'm running for him, you do not stand there.
Oh, he's hit that beautifully. Zannis, he's stretched probably to what a ball. It may have been a wide, but he's hit that beautifully. Unfortunately, though, he's picked out Mark Flowerday, and there are no runs if you hit it to Mark Flowerday and it's inside the circle. So Zannis will just have to find his rhythm here and find his pace. There's certainly a change of pace to what he's been used to. He's been facing some fast bowling and now having to wait for Shankar, and Shankar unfortunately losing his radar a bit there and bowling a wide outside Zannis is off. Shankar coming in to bowl. Zannis down early, plays. Oh, it's down to wide down the leg side. I thought Parveen might have snuck one past Zannis's legs there, but another wide. So the sundry count just keeps ticking on. There'll be a frustration to the Kiwis. They don't have runs in the bank to play with to throw sundries away. Shankar bowls. Zannis patient on it. Another wide, so costly over here for the Kiwis, despite the fact they picked up the Aussie captain Matt McCarthy. A little bit of pressure could have been applied, but instead of that, a few sundries are letting the Aussies off the hook. That score keeps ticking on. Shankar comes in to bowl to Zannis. Delivery's on its way. Zannis swings again, and that is a good ball just outside leg stump, I believe, and that is a dot ball, and Shankar is very keen to get it at the end of his over. He's very keen to get out of there. So over called, dot ball to finish the over. How are we looking for the scores there, Eugene?
After 7 overs, we're 1 for 84. There's 16 extras, as you were mentioning, and we have Michael Zannis 0 not out, and Matt Cameron is 36 not out.
Okay, so okay, Kiwis are going for totally blind bowlers from both ends. Let's get the it's Chasm is the bowler. He's bowling from the Kedron Brook end. Cameron on strike. He was blasting the ball to all parts of the ground before. Unfortunately now we're a bit obstructed by James Dunn, the former Kiwi captain. I can't really see what's happened there, but Cameron has hit the ball and he's hit that to deep mid on. McCaskill fields the ball, and the boys run 2 runs, and it looks like no, don't tell me there's another injury to the Kiwis. No, he's just shaking it off. He looks like he's okay. Chasm bowling to Matt Cameron. These guys probably arguably, and Stefan Nero, probably the 3 quickest runners in blind cricket, maybe even around the globe. They're very, very fast between the wickets, these guys. This time the ball's wide down the leg side. Cameron has stood across to hit it. Looks like their Aussies are running through. I think that might end up being buys. Wait for, no, there's another potential overthrow. Let's wait for the umpire to signal what that is. I think the umpire has forgotten to signal buys, but they're pretty sure that was buys there. Yep. The scorers have confirmed that buys. Zannis now on strike. He'll be keen just to get some bat to ball. Conditions are difficult. Letts in the previous game had a lot of trouble with the wind. I think he was had one scoring shot in his 13 deliveries. So the wind playing havoc with the B1s. Zannis getting ready. Sweeps and a dot ball down the leg side, so good delivery. And this is where a good runner helps Zannis. I think I'd be just making sure he's set up further outside leg stump with the way the wind is here. Ball comes into Zannis. This time it's outside off stump, and it's just inside the wide line on the off. So dot ball, pressure builds on Zannis. Bowls again. Zannis swings hard. Another dot ball. Zannis will be getting frustrated. He's a bit of jogging on the spot there, trying to keep light on his feet. Corinne bowling again to Zannis. Zannis down, and this time loses. Bowler unfortunately loses his radar a bit. Bowls are wide outside the off. Zannis ready. Corinne ready, coming into bowl. Bowls. Zannis down. Sweeps, but I think sweeps late. I think and it's all the wide. It was down the leg side, but I think Zannis is getting a bit frustrated here. Can't do much about the wide deliveries, but I'm pretty sure he would want to feel some bat on ball. Hit one good shot the previous over, but that went straight to Mark Flowerday for no run. Bowls again. This time Zannis lost that ball. That was also called a wide down the leg side this time. So tricky conditions. Ball comes in. Zannis down, swings. That was fairly straight ball. Zannis didn't time it, and the umpire said no, not out. And that's the end of that over. Over with a few sundries, but not too many off the bat. So the Aussies have made their way to 90. Eugene, have you got any updates on the batting? The batting score hasn't moved on too much, I don't think.
So after 8 overs, yep, 90. Extras are up to 20. And Zannis is still on 0 off 8 balls. And Cameron is 38 off 23.
Okay. So proving to be difficult scoring conditions for the Aussie B1 batsman. So Zannis in this innings yet to score off 8 deliveries, and earlier in the day and they one scoring shot off 13. So he was lucky for him. It was an 8. So it was a big scoring shot, but a little bit of pressure building. And the Kiwis have taken the opportunity to bowl another B1. So this time Shankar's come back on to bowl. Cameron's on strike. Shankar bowls. Cameron's down the wicket, charges. He's hit that through cover. They take one. They're running fast. McCaskill's picked up the ball. It's Donna McCaskill, and she's underarm throwing it in, and the Aussie batsman of Cameron and the runner OB'd very, very quickly home, and they've easily run 2 there. No risk of them being out at all. Very fast, very quick through their turns. Shankar facing up again. Cameron again on strike. Cameron down the wicket, charges, hits that straight and hard, and it's beaten Deacon Dunn, or he's got something on that, and he's James Dunn's backed up, fielded that, and that's only a single. But gee, that was a hard hit ball, and well done there, Deacon Dunn. Knocked that down to prevent the 4. He's not happy though. He's kicking the ground, so maybe he thought he could have applied even a bit more pressure than that. I don't think he could have done much better myself. And the field all now come in, preparing for Zannis. They did that at their own risk though. Zannis is a guy with some fantastic hard-hitting shots in his repertoire, and if he gets onto one, he will easily clear the boundary rope. Shankar bowls to Zannis. Looks like a wide outside off. Zannis has gone down the wicket, and then he's had to readjust, and then decided to leave it altogether. Shankar is struggling to find his line to Zannis. Shankar comes into bowl. This is Zannis down, but another wide called. And these sundries going to be really killing the Kiwis here. I think they've thrown away 22 sundries or something like that so far. So that's going to be... They're just free runs given away. Zannis is now ready. Zannis down, sweeps, misses, dot ball, good ball for the Kiwis. There's a nice crowd building at the far side of the ground. People, the sun behind them, enjoying the afternoon, watching a bit of blind cricket in the park. Shankar coming in to bowl to Zannis. He bowls Zannis down, sweeps but makes very minimal contact with that ball. No chance of a run. And frustration will be building for Zannis. The conditions obviously are difficult with this crosswind, but he'll want to be getting bat on ball soon. The bowler's lost his rhythm. He's started again. bowls to Zannis. Zannis down. So wide outside off stump. No, not called a wide though. So got away with that, and that is one to come, is it, guys?
Yeah.
One ball to come in the over. Well, Zannis has got hold of that hard. Shankar has done an amazing job of fielding that. That's a brilliant shot by Zannis, but unfortunately he's hit it, and Shankar fielding off his own bowl and big dive, stopped it with his body and stopped the Aussies getting a run. Be very frustrating for Zannis. He finally absolutely bloods one and hits it to a fieldsman and doesn't get a run.
So after 9 overs, we have 1 for 95. Zannis remains on 0, and Cameron on 41 of 24.
So the Aussie batsmen aren't doing much to improve their scoring rate, but the Sundays are ticking the score along. That'll be a frustration to the Kiwis. Chance to build a bit of extra pressure on the Aussies is gone missing. Karoon bowling now to Cameron. Cameron hits that ball hard. Mid wicket, it's 1. They take 2. And they're comfortably home. No risk at all. In fact, Obeid was taking his time a little bit on that run. And I think that they're decided that going to make sure that Matt Cameron gets back on strike at all costs, which you can sort of understand the frustration and the batsman's thinking there, Eugene.
You can, but that throw could have possibly gone to the bowler's end, but there was no backup, and there might have been some trouble.
Yeah, difficult decisions to be made out there by the Kiwis. Cameron on strike. Down the wicket again, charges. Hit this one here, dead square, but not hard. It'll be 1. I don't think they'll take 2. They are trying to take 2. And they're thrown to the bowling end, and there's no one there to get it, as Eugene pointed out. And they managed to get through for 2. Eugene, you and I should be out there, mate. We're calling the action before it happens.
Yeah. Sometimes it's predictable, sometimes it's not.
That be frustrating for the Kiwis. Little half chances going missing. Cameron stands up, tries to swing hard for this ball, and called a wide. It was down the leg side. He stood up, tried to do a big reverse drive, missed it, and may have missed it on purpose because the ball ended up crossing over the wide line for another sundry. And if things keep going this way, Charlie Sundry is likely to give Matt Cameron a bit of a race for top score.
Yeah, well, definitely at least second highest by the way it's going. 23 now, I think it is.
Okay, this time Cameron has hit the ball. It was down the leg side. He's hit it hard through backward square. James Dunn has run to the around from mid wicket to try to stop it, but couldn't make it in time. And 4 runs to Matt Cameron.
That's also the Australian 100.
And that is the Aussie 100. So congratulations to Australia making it to 100. Zannis is at square leg. He's just keeping himself limber. He's swinging the bat around. Cameron facing. Cameron doesn't even bother to offer a shot to that ball. That looks like it's going to be another sundry. So Cameron didn't even bother to go down to try to play a shot at that. It was pretty clear as soon as it was left the bowler's hand that it wasn't going to be a ball that was playable, and he let it go through. And James Dunn is out here at square leg, and he's actually doing a bit of bowling, warming up. He looks like he's ready to come back on. Cameron this time has hit the ball through mid wicket. Dunn is running hard, and he's dived to stop the ball, and he must have been very close to breaking the boundary there with his legs, but he's managed to keep that to 2 runs. So great effort by James Dunn, veteran Kiwi captain who had retired but returned to support the team on this tour. So yeah, well done and good fielding to him. In fact, didn't keep it at 2. It was just a single. So Zannis is now on strike. So was that last one a single or 3? 3. Okay, there you go. They're that quick that they ran a 3. The Aussies, they're phenomenal running. I was too busy watching the action for where the ball was, and I couldn't keep track of how fast the Aussies are running. But as I said, Obeid and Cameron, 2 of the fastest runners you're going to see in international blind cricket. Zannis now facing. Ball comes down. Zannis doesn't bother to go down to play that ball, and that is called a wide. So must have been able to pick up fairly early on that was not on the pitch. Zannis down, tries to hit a reverse sweep, and that's called a wide as well. Well, not so much a reverse sweep. I think it was just a big super swing of a sweep shot, and the ball was definitely off the stumps, and it was called a wide. Curran comes in and bowls again to Zannis. So he's pitched this one down leg as well, and that's also called a wide. So really struggling to find his line here. And the way that Zannis is playing his shots, he's getting really frustrated. He hasn't had a lot of bat on ball this innings. So, even though there's sundries, so the pressure's still building on the batsman just from not being able to touch the ball. And the bowler comes in to bowl. Straight ball. This time Zannis plays a beautiful shot through cover. They take 1. They look for a 2, but they're not going to take 2. And Zannis will be relieved to have at least some runs on the board, Eugene. I'd imagine that's a long time coming, those 2.
Yeah, absolutely. As a batsman, it gets more and more frustrating. The pressure builds the longer you are on 0 in particular.
And it'll be interesting to see now whether that is just going to free him up a bit to start some free scoring. So I'm pretty sure he'd like to, as Matt Cameron comes charging down the wicket here to Karoon, he said that through mid-wicket. They've got 1, they're taking 2. The throw, they're looking at him. Cameron's even looking at 3. He's that keen to get runs. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see if that's now going to free up. Is that going to be drinks? That is drinks. And at drinks, the Aussies are...
It's also Matt Cameron's 50.
And that is Matt Cameron's 52. So congratulations to Matt Cameron getting a 50.
54 not out.
54 not out. And the Aussies are... We got sorry? 115. 115 at drinks, chasing 141 for the win. And we'll be back in just a couple of minutes. And we are now back after drinks. The Zannis is on strike, and the Aussies chasing that 178, 115. So a few runs left to go, and Michael Zannis will be if he stays out there for the rest of the innings, he'll be pretty keen to track down the Sundry score, which is currently the second top score. Well, actually the third top score. Actually, there's MacArthur. McCarthy picked up a 30 odd. There's time there for Zannis to come back and bowl very well, or bat very well, and be keen to do it. He's on strike. Shankar bowling to Zannis. Zannis is down. Looks like it's a wide outside off stump. So, not the start that the Kiwis wanted after drinks. They would have talked about bowling tight lines, putting pressure on. Shankar comes into bowl Zannis. Zannis hits this. They take one. Well played. Nice little shot from Zannis. Just popped it out to point. That's what he needs to do. He needs to slow down. I think stop trying to play the big shots and just get bat on ball. I think that's a key for a successful B1 innings. I mean, pretty rare for any batsman, Eugene. Even though you're noted for being explosive, you want to get some timing going. You don't want to try to hit. He can't hit force from the first ball.
Yeah, particularly if you're struggling a little bit with your timing and your form even, you've got to just have a look, just get bat on ball, a couple of singles, and then go on from there.
In fact, that might be it, because Zannis has been batting so well, he probably thinks he's just finishing up from the previous innings rather than giving himself to settle back into a new day, new wicket, new conditions. But hopefully starts to knock up a few more runs. Shankar bowling now. Cameron's down the wicket, charging, sweeping through the offside. He's picked up. Oh, they're running two, but no chance of getting the Aussies run out there on that two. They're flying through. Steve Obeid, very, very fast, running between wickets. And easy to Cameron hit that ball out through to the long off boundary. Cameron back on strike. Shankar bowling again. He's going to try to reverse drive, and he has hit that, and he's hit that all the way down the back. 4 runs. That is a big shot. That's a keeper killer, I think. I don't think if I was a wicket keeper, I'd be too keen to throw my body in front of that. Steve Obeid did a bit of that in earlier in the Kiwi innings. He stopped a couple of full-blooded shots, but gee, I don't know, Eugene. I don't think I want to be in front of a batsman lining up and having a big free hit like that.
Yeah, not the way the ball comes off the bat these days. That's asking for trouble.
And Cameron is getting ready after hitting that, bludgeoning that 4 down to a long stop. Cameron getting ready to again. Shankar will be going to work out how to do something different to stop this guy scoring freely. Comes into bowl. Cameron down the ground, sweeping through mid wicket. They'll get one. They'll look for 2 here. That might even look for more. No. Michael McCaskill's picked that up, and they've just taken 2. So Michael McCaskill, in fact, the Kiwis in the shadow behind the tree with their all black uniform, a little bit hard to pick up on. I miss seeing McCaskill down there. But he's picked that up, and good firm throw back into the keeper, kept it to 2. Shankar now. Ready to bowl. Coming in. Bowling to Cameron. Cameron stands up and drives. Off drive, hits it to James Dunn. They've got 1 only. No chance of a 2 there. And in comes Zannis back to the crease. Zannis on strike. Praveen Shankar bowls Zannis. Oh, just out on leg side. It's not out, but no run. Now we're frustrated there. I think that the The runner needs to set Zannis a bit further outside leg, give him some more room.
It's over. It's over.
That's a wide, and that's really disappointing for the Kiwis. The umpire, according to the scores, umpire have lost count of the over, and they've bowled and made the bowler bowl an extra delivery, which has gone for a sundry. So pressure builds. I'll let someone else tell the umpire that's happened though.
Maybe you can hear you.
Guys, the umpire's got a hard enough job out there as it is. Just leave them alone, right?
And the 2 runs, so that is now called over. Zannis gets another 2 runs. He'll be happy for that. That's right. Yes, we'll go to the score.
So after 11 overs, where Australia's 1 for 128, with Matt Cameron 63 off 33, and Michael Zannis 4 off 15.
Zannis facing Chasm. He's continuing to bowl, so they continue to bowl their B1s here. Zannis is down, sweeps, just pops it out, pops it short of silly mid off, but lurking there is Deacon Dunn, and there's no run. Zannis down, sweeps. This time that's gone. They get 2. They might get 4 here. Heavely's dived to try to stop that. He's pulled it in just inside the boundary, and they've. Okay, so 4 for Zannis. So 4 runs scored. So two runs run, double runs for Zannis being a B1. 4 runs, so he'll be relieved to start getting some time back in. That was a very well timed shot. Zannis facing. Zannis now, another good shot. He's a half chance though, and Deacon Dunn has missed a very hard chance. It was hit through cover, lofted, but good enough to beat him, and 2 more runs to Zannis. Cameron now surveying the field. Chasm on strike. Cameron looking around, looking at the gaps. Oh, he's gone well. It's walked well outside off. He's trying to hit a big shot through square leg, as it was the bowler's bowled a wide. So no run scored off the bat. Replays. Okay, a sweep shot was hit that very fine. There's 4 runs there. There's no chance for fieldsman stopping that, and the bowler bowls just off the wicket on the leg side, and Cameron makes them pay with a full score of 4. Guess the question now is going to be, Eugene, does Cameron have enough time to get to a ton?
Well, I think he's going to be pushing it now.
He'll be thinking about it though. I'm sure that's in the back of his mind. He's now looking at the field again. He's looking at square leg. Deacon Dunn is out here. No, he's gone for that basically a drive down the back again, and that one has gone for 4 as well. Another 4 to Cameron. He's gone
getting balls like that.
gone for a reverse drive, so he's decided that he's going to just hit this gap. It's a pretty risky shot to play drive past the keeper, but it's worked. Four off that last ball there. Cameron's done that shot a third time. This time, as James Dunn's moved himself finer and he stopped that off. So 1 run only on that time. That'll be a little frustration. That's going to take a bit of readjustment for him. That is over, so he probably wasn't too disappointed that it's over. If he's certainly trying to control the strike to get maximum runs. And I'll be interested to see what the Kiwis do now with their bowling attack. Are they going to? If he's going to come on to bowl, looks like there's having a bit of a chit chat. May well be Mark Flowerday coming on to bowl now, or no, they're going for Sanjay again. So Paveen Shankar bowling another over. The Kiwis are determined to get these overs done.
So after 12 overs, Australia won for 146. Matt Cameron is on 71, so the century is a chance, but he's going to have to score the bulk of the runs. Michael Zannis is now 12 off 19. So he's picked it up a little bit.
Yeah, so Zannis coming back now, 12 off 19, and he's facing. No, sorry. Cameron's facing because Cameron got that single off that last ball. Shankar coming into bowl to Cameron. Charges down the wicket, hits a 3 mid-wicket. Taking 2, they're going to go 2. Fast running. Heavily and McCaskill converge. And 2 runs is what they score. James Dunn fix up the... Shankar bowling to Matt Cameron again. Shankar comes in. Cameron down the wicket charging, sweeps, but he's hit a straight shot again, and there is no chance of a run there. The ball ricochets off the wicket, but they decide, no, let's not take a run there, and Cameron stays on strike. That is a dot ball. Another one of those killer deliveries that you do not want to be seeing coming roaring back at you as a bowler. Maybe Shank will be relieved that it's hit the stumps and stopped pretty well dead. And he comes bowling to Cameron. Cameron's looking for a chop shot this time, and he's hit that beautifully. That is, they've taken 1, they've taken 2, and that's 4 runs. That is a beautifully executed chop shot there by Matt Cameron, and he could not have really hit that any better. So, only way he could have hit that better was maybe with a fraction of loft. He might have hit a 6, Eugene. He hit that pretty sweetly.
I was just thinking that, Ray. Another couple of runs would have been a bit better.
But yeah, Cameron's certainly continuing to charge on with his score. He's and Shankar just resetting himself, bowling to Cameron again. And he bowls. This time Cameron has gone back for his reverse drive. He's tied it out, and this time on the boundary, Flowerday has stuck his foot out to stop the ball. They've run 2, the Aussies, and comfortably 2. Are they looking at more? No, just 2. So the deliberate drive past the keeper, the Kiwis are onto that now. They've put Flowerday down there this over. The previous over was they've moved James Dunn there. I think they've got to put that shot away and find a new gap, Eugene.
Well, yeah, he's just got to readjust and just go a little bit to that fielder's left.
Well, let's see if he's good enough to do it. He's now gone to the reverse sweep. And he's hit that beautifully through. Dived is Deacon Dunn. He saved that on the boundary at third man, and they've taken 2. So yeah, good running, good cricket all around there. It was well fielded there by Deacon Dunn for the Kiwis. Yeah, so there's 22 runs for Australia to win the game. Matt Cameron needs 18 to get to 100. And Shankar bowls. Cameron's down the wicket and he drives. This hits her through cover. I think that's going to be one though. Donna McCaskill fields at cover and throws the ball in. And that's one run and over. And I think that Cameron has decided, I think from what we've seen the last couple of overs there, Eugene, he's decided that he is taking every ball that it comes his way.
Well, I'll say he's hungry for 100 and I don't blame him.
Fair enough too. And Zannis at the other end would be desperately hoping that he could fix up the 12 off 19. He'd be loving to get in and score a few more to fix that strike rate up. But I think he's going to play second fiddle to Matt Cameron for the rest of the innings.
Yep, his job is to get off strike.
So there's the drinks have been run out there. Ned Brewer Omega running drinks out to the Aussie boys. Probably just passing a few instructions on from Captain Matt McCarthy. Now he's now running off the field. He's juggling a whole lot of drinks there. The Aussie boys getting looked after very well. Okay, Cameron Maywell has just been updated with where he is and how many he needs. He's having a good look around at the gaps. He's having a long look down at third man and a long look at cover. Now he's got everyone lined up. He looks like he's almost batting out of his crease. He's a long way down there, and bowling is Deacon Dunn. Bowls Cameron is down the wicket and he's hit it through mid on. And he's got one, he's got two. Are they going to get four? I think they're going to. Oh, it's going to stop just inside of the boundary. Oh, and the bowler has had to run all the way down to the long on boundary to stop that. And they've run a 3, bringing Zannis on strike. Cameron would be annoyed there. He's done all the hard work. That shot, well, he could have hit it a bit better, Eugene. Just need to have another metre or two of power into that, and it was another boundary.
Wasn't even that. I think it stopped barely a foot short, from what I could tell here, and the poor bowler had to chase his own delivery.
Yeah, pretty torturous thing to have to do. Now Zannis on strike. Now if Zannis finds a boundary here, then Cameron's dream of getting another 100 is pretty well over. And Deacon Dunn comes into bowl. Zannis down, sweeps, and he swept that hard. He's hit that through mid on. There's at least 2. There's going to run. They should run 3 here. There's time to run 3 if they're going to run hard. McCaskill's just got the ball now. I think hard aggressive running could have been a 3 there. Would have been a 6, but they've probably more sensibly kept it to a 4. Zannis would be happy with that, but that is making the equation ever more difficult to Matt Cameron. He might need some last ball heroics here to 6 or something dramatic like that when we get to the end of the game. With Zannis on strike again to Deacon Dunn. He's down. Oh, that was a very, very fast ball. And that has been called a wide. That is not going to help Matt Cameron's cause either, Eugene. You might have said so. A 4 off the previous ball and then a wide. That's going to give him some headaches. It's not impossible to do. I mean, he can get a 6 off the last ball. So as long as he's within 5 of 100 by when the last ball's faced. Zannis is down, faces again, swings. That's a dot ball. Deacon Dunn runs back.
13 to win. Matt Cameron needs 14.
Okay, so there you go. That's the equation. 13 to win. Matt Cameron needs 14. Zannis facing. And that's another dot ball. Deacon Dunn bowling very, very well to Michael Zannis. And to show his commitment there, he's running back to the bowling mark. He's not mucking around. He wants to get this over going through. Zannis ready, down, sweeping again. Another dot ball, beating him for pace. These 3 balls here. In Zannis's defence, I was going to say that he might well be playing a team game here, but I could hear the call coming out from the captain, bat to ball. So clearly the instructions from the captain is for Zannis to hit the ball, and he has hit that, and he's hit it over the top of short cover, and they've taken a single, and that's all they're going to take. So, and that is over. So Zannis farmed the strike with another 2 off that ball. That is that's not going to go down well, I would imagine. There'll be a bit of a team debrief at the end of the innings about who's playing for whom. But when the captain's yelled out bat to ball, I guess Michael Zannis had no real choice, Eugene, but to hit the ball.
No, pretty much. It's just, well, that is his job, bat to ball, and unfortunately Matt Cameron's probably not going to get his 100 now, but it's about the team overall.
Yep, no, I agree. So I don't think he's going to give up though, but he'll want to try to work out how to get on strike without having to actually concede too many runs here. So, and Markel McCaskill's coming into bowl to Zannis. So if Zannis can hit a couple of runs this over here, then Cameron's dream is all but over of another century, but he's batted beautifully today. McCaskill comes into bowl to Zannis. Zannis down and sweeps, and he sweeps strongly through the onside, but James Dunn is there, and great feeling by Dunn. If Zannis just hit that a fraction squarer, then there were good runs to come, but he's just picked out the fieldsman, but got stuck into it. And McCaskill bowls again, Zannis down, swings, dot ball. This is down his leg side, and from what I could see there, it looked like down the leg side. Couldn't get back to ball. McCaskill bowls Zannis. Zannis swings, hits hard, and that is short of a fieldsman. Couldn't get a catch there, and they take 2 runs. Nine runs to win now for the Aussies. Matt Cameron, we'll get an update on what his score is. As McCaskill comes into bowl to Matt Cameron. Matt Cameron is looking around the field. You want to keep his head here. You don't want to throw a wicket away in the search of 100. He's charged down the wicket. He sweeps strongly. They're looking for 2. He's hit that straight down the ground. That might go for more than 2. That goes for 4. Congratulations. What a great shot, Matt Cameron. How many deliveries to go in this over?
2, I think.
2 to come. So Cameron wants a 2 off this ball, give himself the best chance of scoring a maximum off the last. I think that would see him to his ton. What's Cameron sitting at now?
That puts him to
90. Oh, it's a wide. That's not going to help Matt Cameron. The ball's bowled. Cameron's down. He's just knocked that fine. They picked that up, and Mark Flowerday has, with a full-blooded shy at the stumps, has thrown that straight into the keeper. It was Brett Wilson. And Brett will take that in good humour, but at the same time, is probably going to think, I don't need this. So Zannis is coming in to face. We have one last ball of the over. Last ball of the over, and Australia needs 3 to win. And Cameron is on 91, so Cameron's dream of a century is over. That's a dot ball. Umpire's had a close look at that, but he's called that over. Australia are 175. This will be the last over of the game, you would think. Cameron now should just be content with the fact that he's held his bat. He's batted very, very well today, very controlled. Yeah, Deacon done. Long run up. Matt Cameron on strike. He's charged down the wicket. He's hit it hard. He hit it straight, but they'll get 1. They'll go back for 2. Deacon Dunn having to run and chase that down. 2 runs. Scores are even. With level scores.
Actually, he can get 100.
With no balls. See, they might call it off. They might call it off. He's down the wicket. He's driven that. He's hit that through mid wicket. They take 1. They'll run 2. run 2 runs, and the umpires are yet to be alerted to the fact that the game is over. No, they are not reacting to that, or they are. They have reacted now. They've worked out that the game is over. I'll see if Eugene can get a bit of a scorecard up to read through for the listeners there. But another great victory to Australia, and that sees Australia win the series. They've won 5 of the 5 T20s in the series, and the way the point scoring goes, that is Australia winning the series. So congratulations to Australia on that victory. Mac McCarthy, captain, 5 wins in a row. I think that's got to be a record for Aussies. I don't know if we've had more than, have we done more than 5 in a row? I can't recall. So well done on that. The Aussie team lining up, ready to come in and shake hands with the Kiwis. I'm sure there's 1 or 2 captains out there who'll be very quickly looking through, thinking about their record and trying to work out if they have done better than 5 in a row. But
Yep. What do you want in terms of the score?
if you want to read through whatever you want to find there, Eugene.
I can go through the whole lot.
Yeah, go through the whole lot. Might as well. We'll give everyone a full service. Yep. So Eugene will run through the full scorecard.
Okay, so New Zealand batted first. Brett Wilson was bowled by Matt Cameron for 15. Matt Flowerday was not out 62. Shankar was run out for 10. Corey Heberley, LBW, Matt McCarthy for 8. By the way, the run out was by Steve O'Bede. Michael McCaskill was also run out by, looks like Steve O'Bede for 46. And Kasim was 0 not out. New Zealand's score after their 20 overs was 177. There was 36 extras. Bowling figures: Sean Fitzpatrick, 4 overs, none for 33. Matt McCarthy, 4 overs, 1 for 27. Matt Cameron, 2 overs, 1 for 16. Oscar Stubs, 2 overs, none for 10. Vaughn Rolls, 4 overs, none for 41. Michael Zannis, 2 overs, none for 19. Ryan Honshotten, 1 over, none for 14. And Nathan Letts, 1 over, none for 14. In reply,
Yes, if you go past, it's just 1 unless it's a boundary.
sorry, there's a bit of cheering going on. In reply, the Australian innings, Matt Cameron not out 94 of 47 balls, that was. Matt McCarthy, LBW by Shankar for 32. Michael Zannis not out 20 of 28. Bowling figures for New Zealand: Deacon Dunn, 3.2 overs, none for 41. Markel McCaskill, 4 overs, none for 38. Corey Heberley, 1 over, none for 16. Praveen Shankar, 4 overs, 1 for 40. And Arun Kasim, 3 overs, none for 41. Australia win by 9 wickets.
So fantastic win by the Aussies there. They're sitting there with the in a huddle there, and team song's about to be sung. There are a lot of excited boys in the Aussie team. It's must be. I'm not sure if anyone can pick up in the distance. The team are going through there. They're going through their team song. The Aussie boys pretty keen and happy to celebrate that win and celebrate the series win, and they've earned a day off tomorrow. They are back on Tuesday for the first of the ODIs, and there's a bit of chat about whether the ODI series will remain a 3 ODI series or whether they will look at moving to some more T20s, but at this stage it is ODI matches, and I think it is Tuesday is the next. So I'd just like to thank Eugene Nagruk, BCA board member, BCA treasurer, and former Australian opening batsman, for joining us today for the call, and he'll be calling next couple of matches with Tony Sutton. It was great to Great to share the opportunity to do a bit of commentary with you, Eugene.
Thanks, Ray. It's good to be out here.
And we look forward to being back and bringing you some more fantastic coverage of international blind cricket in a couple of days' time. Thank you very much.
Mum.